Good afternoon and welcome back to Paul Ricard for race number 1 of the 2026 season in the Ultimate Cup European Endurance Prototype Cup headlining weekend. It has been a blisteringly hot day. We're dropping down to 18.2 degrees now. We're about 5 minutes away officially from race starting, other than a few delays. But the grid is absolutely packed. As you can see, we are in for a thriller of the first of 2 6-hour races this season. So 6 rounds in total. We start at Paul Ricard, 6-hour race today, and then we'll have 4 4-hour races, and we finish with a 6-hour race later on in the season as well. You can see the heat coming off the track. It was hot in qualifying as well. Starting on pole is going to be the number 77 car of Zosh J4R Project 24 Racing, the team of Robin De Fornau and Alberto, an average best lap time of 1:57.503, just 500ths ahead of them, joining them on the front row, the Schiller, Aguilera and Wiesenberger in the car number 6. We are all set up for a wonderful, wonderful trip into the dark and into the evening. We're anticipating finishing time around about 11:30 local time. So enjoy the sun whilst it lasts. It won't be around for long, maybe half the race or so at absolute best. All the cars, the Nova prototype NP02 with a V8 Ford engine, 6-gear Sadev transmission. And as you can see, if you've not cast your eyes on these vehicles before, utterly brilliant. Paul Ricard, 5.8 kilometers, 15 turns, one of the fastest on the international circuit. Famous for its Mistral straight, which used to be a long time ago a straight out 2-kilometer drag when they put in the chicanes at 8 and 9, but iconic in itself. On the second row, going to get the car 154, belonging to Kojimo Racing. Nearly won the championship last year. They've got a great lineup this year too, with Creed Alvarez and Prost, son of Alain, joining them on row number 2. The car number 21, Basora, Trajani and Besh. There's been a lot made about Matthias Besh and his entry to this season. One of, if not the fastest man on the grid. So a few more tweaks to the cars being made, and then everybody will be asked to leave the grid. In fact, now, I didn't see a board, but I think we are getting the boards for potentially 3 minutes. And this is a race not just about speed, it's about consistency and tactics. What will come into play hugely if you're a newcomer to the endurance racing is the driver handicaps during the pit stops. There are 6 mandatory pit stops in a 6-hour race. And with each one, depending on the configuration of your driver lineup in terms of gold, silver, bronze, platinum, you will serve handicap penalties during those pit stops. An example, 2 amateur drivers or 3 amateur drivers, no penalty whatsoever. If you've got 3 silvers, your pit stops are going to be delayed by 70 seconds each. Huge numbers, and that will massively come into play. If we go from the front to back from our qualifying, average times went from 1:57 out to 2:01. But the biggest differences in times, let's have a look. We had 2:03s, 2:04s or thereabouts. So you're looking at 5 or 6 seconds a lap maybe. So these handicaps play a huge part in the competition. Just making sure those doors are closed. Last bit of fresh air they'll see for a little while. So tactics come into play. You might get drivers, if you've got 2 drivers, we do 3 hours each. Again, I'm not going to lie, it does get a little bit complicated, okay? Because depending on your driver lineup, not just the penalties, but how much time each driver spends in the car. So, for example, if you've got 3 bronze drivers, you'll all spend a minimum of 1:30 each. But if you've got a bronze, silver, gold, the gold would spend a maximum of 2 hours, the bronze a minimum of 1:30. Again, silver in the middle, maximum of 2 hours. So lots of different ways of looking at this in terms of team tactics. We'll work our way through the entire race. You'll get to know how it works if you don't already. So the season kicking off here in Paul Ricard. We also travelled to Magny-Cours in May, end of May. Then we have June off. We go to Mugello in Italy in July. Spa-Francorchamps in September. Navarra in Spain in October. And Portimao closes out the season for the second of the Prototype Cup races. Everything between 4 hours. That was originally started in November. It is now in late November. So if you're really, really early planning, make sure you check out the new weekend. It's the 20s anyway, at the end of November. Just make sure you're right for the right weekend. Of course, this is all part of the Ultimate Cup Series European Championship. We've already seen qualifying for tomorrow's Renault GT Endurance Cup. That's from 1 p.m. in the afternoon local time tomorrow. We've also enjoyed the GT Sprint Cup, the Hoosier Formula Cup, and some legends on the track today as well. And also the TCR Spain. Right, let's take a look at the starting Porsche 34R Project 24 on the starting lineup alongside the ANS Motorsport of Chia. Third on the grid, Kojimos Racing, Creed, Alvarez and Prost. In the 21, lining up next door to them, DB Autosport by MB Performance. Taking it will be Alain Boulin. Next up, third row of the grid in the 99, the Naguti competition by M Racing with BDR next door in the 128. Next up to Curtins, taking the wheel of the Hegeli by T2 Racing. Next to them, 23 Events Racing in the number 1 car, last year's team champions. Then Extreme Light in the number 7, 23 Events Racing team in the 23. 95 Sizzlecom Racing team lines up 11th on the 6th row of the grid alongside ANS Motorsport with Clavard taking the wheel. Then we have in the Kojimo Racing team again alongside Lamo Racing in 14th. Young will be racing in the 4th row of the grid alongside Fairns taking up row number 9, Adcock and Brownson. Worthchurch and Crespo on low 10. Young and Fairns, Adcock and Brownson. There are 35 cars on our starting grid this weekend. Here's our next row. Rupp and Thomas, Joseph and Kalon, Page and Lacasse. You can hear the cars making their way around the grid. And right at the back, team of ANS Motorsport, Wolf, Moreno, Mowley. Ahead of them, Peterson and Stern for BDR competition and DB Motorsport. And on row 16, CD Sport and ANS Motorsport, Yvonne, the family team. And Sinamodo, Belli and Morat. Third from back on the grid. We've got 6 bronze car competition. That is where they have a full team of bronze drivers. Everyone else, let's call it scratch. It is mano o mano. There are your front row drivers, the ones to watch out for. Arnold Robin in the 77. The Zosh J4R Project 24 car on the front row, with Adrian Chia in the number 6. We have got green lights at Paul Ricard. Here we go, round 1 of the Ultimate Cup Endurance Prototype Racing. We're underway. Into corner 1 and 2, the left and the right-hander. Robert Arnold and Adrian Chia, the French countryman, but rival teams, of course. ANS Motorsport in 2nd position, but team with lots of prototype experience and already changes at the front. But away goes Arnold Robin. Look at the stream of cars coming through. 35 will start the race. Maybe not 35 will finish. And then into the first set of chicanes. 3, 4 and 5, then Sprint Boat and Le Col in 6 and 7. First time down the Mistral straights with foot to the floor. Come to the chicane at 8 and 9. Now, as I mentioned, this is a race of tactics, not just speed. The key in the opening couple of laps, get round them safely. It is a long old 6 hours. There's already one car going wide at the back. We'll pick up on that one shortly. And there is your countdown clock already on screen. Arnold Robin and Adrian Chia were 1 and 2 at the start, ahead of Erwin Creed and Quentin Basora. And then we'll cross the start-finish line for the first time. How many laps will we get in? So round about a 1:57, 58 lap-ish. And this is ever so close racing, isn't it? My goodness, already at the very start of competition. Might not stay like this for long. They cross the start-finish. And Erwin Creed already up to second. Adrian Chiller drops down 1 position to second. Arnold Robin holds on to the top spot. Also changes. Victor Bernier up to 4th. Quentin Basora down to 5th. Gwenel Delamere up to 6th. Danny Bunchu down to 7th. In the top 10 places, the only man that stayed in position was Arnold Robin. Oh, great move up the inside, late dive. I mean, picked back though. And already the distance between front and back is about 4 corners. But Arnold Robin benefiting from clean air right now. Also in his team, Jean-René Deforno, also a bronze driver, and Paul Alberto for silver category driver in their team. So with 2 bronze drivers, their penalties won't be too bad either. It's the teams with 2 silvers or even better that will struggle when it comes to the pit stops. And what's really unique about the pit stops here at Paul Ricard, if you've not seen it before, just with the timings, the way the garages were built in 2 sections, the teams you will see when they pit, they will pit once for their pit stop, and then when they need to refuel, they'll pit again, and they'll come down the garages, and there's an archway, a gap in between the 2. They'll drive through that to the refueling area. Then most tracks, you'll see the refueling at the start or end of the pit lane. Not so at Paul Ricard. It might cause a little bit of confusion if you've not seen it before. We'll talk you through it as we go along. Let's pick up on any changes. We know our leader's still out there, Arnold Robin. And we come through. So Victor Bernier now up to 3rd place. Bernier started in 9th, and he's up to 3rd. What a great start for Victor. In the extreme limit, the new team. He's racing with Lucas Tailman. He's also taken part in Porsche Carrera Cup in France and other GT endurance. Danny Bunchu, another guy that's, well, he dropped down to 7th. He's made it back up to 6th where he started, Danny Bunchu in the 128, the Swiss driver. And this might take 10 laps or 20 minutes to sort of settle into some sort of procession. For the time being, they will simply battle for position. .202s on the timing screens. In fact, Victor Bernier, unsurprisingly, going from 9th to 3rd, has got the fastest lap time thus far, 2:01.277. Of course, the cars are full of fuel right now. Those times will slowly come down to the sub-2s, 158s, potentially 157s at the end of their stints. And also, it's a bit dependent on how many tyres have you used in qualifying, how many you got fresh for the race. So many factors to bear in mind when having a successful 6-hour race. No change. In fact, there is a change. Victor Bernier, I didn't spot that one. He's gone from 9th to 1st. Victor Bernier is utterly flying. Which demotes Arnold Robin down to 2nd, Erwin Creed down to 3rd. Adrian Chiller remains in 4th place. So in 3 laps, folks, Bernier from 9th to 1st, he set another new fastest lap. Just 20 years old, Victor Bernier, French driver. Did win the French F4 junior title in 2019. And of course, as they always do, these youngsters started with karting. He's driving like a go-kart at the minute. Also raced in Italian F4 Freca in 22-23. If you're a Freca fan, or Freck as it's called now. And most recently, Formula Renault. Well, what a start he's had. Who else is making moves? Let's have a little look down the timing board. Now, bear in mind, these guys are going to be in the car for probably at least a minimum 1 hour, you'd think. 6 changes, no, maybe a little bit less. Six changes required, 6 pit stops. But that also depends on how many drivers you've got. So if you're a 2-man team, you're doing 3 hours each, not necessarily in one go. Bernier, 2-second lap at the front. What was his qualifying time, Victor Bernier? It was a 1:58, so it wasn't. It was almost a second off the leaders. So what have they found in the last few hours between qualifying and this race? Something special. Okay, so for the first time in this race, as they cross the start finish, on that occasion there was no changes in the top 5. And then in 6th place, David Drew. Car number 6. Car number 8 even. Started in 27th. They're up to 6th. Some massive changes. And David Drew, in fact, gold driver. He might be the only gold driver on the track. He is. So, David Drew, this is a real bit of tactics we're seeing right now. Generally, you'd put out your bronze drivers at the start of the race. Why start the race? More likely to have a safety car, so you can eat up some bronze time under a safety car. But Graf Racing have said, no, let's put David out first of all, gold driver. He's just set the new fastest lap time, 2 minutes .118. And they've gone from 27th on the grid up to 6th. David Drew, Swiss driver, 28 years of age, going back to 2013 in the BMW Talent Grand Final. Again, one of these drivers with a massive bio, 2024 champion, Then LMC Cool Racing, Cool LMP. So he's used to prototypes. Paul Ricard winner. And 6th in LMC last year with Cedric Altaman and the CLX Motorsport team with a win in Barcelona. Right, we've gone sub-2, David Drew. New fastest time, 1:59.312. And he is lapping a second faster than the leader, Victor Bernier. Keep one eye on car number 20 as well. The reigning champions, currently running in 23rd place with Stephen Thomas at the wheel. That was Romain Carton was the individual overall champion last year. Matthias Besch with him for a couple of rounds. And they won both the opening 2 races of the 2025 season. Besch missed out on 2 rounds, so his teammates took the overall spoils individually. I don't think it'll be too long until we see David Drew and Victor Bernier in the positions 1 and 2. Because David Drew is now up to 4th. He's just done another sub-2 minute. The only man so far to go sub-2 minutes. He's just done it twice in a row. Demotes Arnold Robin down to 5th position after starting on pole. So the bronze driver lost 4 places. However, this has all been built into the tactics. Don't worry whatsoever if you're watching on for the first time thinking, blimey, that's a dramatic fall from grace. Doesn't work for that endurance racing. This will all be baked into the tactical pie. Now, our leader, James Bernier, is already going to come up against back marker of Martin Lackerman, who I think started in the pits because he's only completed 4 laps to everybody else's 6, so he shouldn't be too much of a trouble. He's just coming around to Busso. It shouldn't cause too many problems. You're going to get him on the start-finish straight. Next time you see the start-finish line, you will see Martin Lackerman in the car number 99 ahead of our leader Victor Bernier. That's it right there. So that's the traffic he needs to get past, and he'll do it now on the start-finish. He might have lost a 1/10 or 2 of a second there, your leader. And look at that, busy behind him. Danny Bunchu in the 128, the Swiss driver, will and has taken advantage. Oh, he's not getting out of the way, is he? There might be some blue flags in a second. That's the leader who is lapping the back marker. There we go, gets through eventually. And Erwin Creed will want to do exactly the same with no delay at all. So off goes Bernier. David Drew now up to 3rd position from, again, I'll remind you, from 27th. David Drew, the only gold driver on track right now in stint number 1. And he's showing why he's got that gold marker. Victor Bernier also goes sub 2 minutes on his last lap for the first time. David Drew, all over the back of Erwin Creed. And a 4.5 second difference between our leader and the pair of Creed and Drew. Now, in fact, Victor Bernier has not yet got past Martin Lackermann, and probably because Lackermann is actually not he's a back marker for only one reason, that he didn't start on time. He lost 2 laps, I believe. He must have started in the pits, but they did qualify officially in 5th. So it's not like getting past the slow back marker, it's just the driver really out of position. And Lackermann's got every right to stand in his way, because he's racing too. He is the full Mistral straight behind second from last on the grid. There's a lot of catching up to do. But again, when you have these 60, 70 second potentially penalty pit stops, a lap is 2 minutes, so half a lap benefit that they're going to be getting. Right, front of your picture, that is Lackermann running in last right now. Behind him, that is Victor Bernier leading the race. Next 2 cars, there's David Drew, who's moved up to 2nd position, and Erwin Creed drops to 3rd. So Drew continues the charge for Graf Racing. Graf Racing always been prominent in the LMP competition. Now, just a quick jump back to last season. Romain Carton in the DB Motorsport, we've mentioned already, champion last year, 2 wins early on, and only off the podium twice in Portugal, Spain. 2nd in the championship last year, 23 events racing with Alain Gachev and his driver coach James Winslow. All came down to the last couple of races. Just a shame in Mugello didn't have their best time in Italy, and that almost, I could say it cost them the championship, but across 6 rounds and 9 months of racing, can't pin it on one item. Matthias Best, 3rd place overall, was a teammate of Romain Carton in the first couple of races, but didn't complete an entire season. There is now a gap forming. Let's see. We've still got Lackermann out in front of Victor Bernier. And I think what is going to happen is slowly David Drew is going to catch on the back of Victor Bernier, and one of them's going to have to make it past. But Lackermann is lapping really well. He's one of the only 3 drivers to shoot a 1:59. So if Martin Lackermann, a silver driver, had completed as many laps as everybody else, he'd probably be right up there. It's just gutting that he's allowed to. There's a spinner. That's the number 13. As the car of Switch Racing making a switch. So a yellow in the first sector, that will turn green almost immediately. His car is up and running again. We are almost 10 laps in, and there's still only half a lap between all the cars. There's the spin. Didn't see contact, just lost the rear end a bit, going around the right-hander, out the left. That is going to drop the 73 to it's Frederic Croulet in that car, bronze driver. We're running in 13th. That will change as we cross the start-finish line, I imagine. Quick look at Gregory Sauvé. In the number 70, the only Belgian driver on the grid. No, there's two. Nigel Bailey as well is a Belgian. The car number 10. Do you know what? Martin Lackerman is driving away from Bernier. I think eventually David Drew is going to get past Victor Bernier, and then we'll see what happens. Grey and yellow in the 23 events racing team. They've got 3 cars this season. Many teams with multiple cars, actually. Bronze Cup winner last year was the Kojimo Racing team, the 555. And at the moment, the leading bronze car is the number 9, the Graf Racing. Eric Trulé, Sebastian Page and Louis Swanhuan in that car. Just 6 bronze entrants in reign number 1. David Drew to within 1.5 seconds. In fact, half a second now between our front pair. This is getting a little bit tasty. So there's Lackerman, and there is Victor Bernier, who is holding off for the time being David Drew. How long will it last, though? David Drew has gone sub 159 on his last lap, the first man to do so in the first 20 minutes of racing. Is it going to be now on the Mistral straight? Is he lining it up? Keep your eye behind Lackerman in the green. There goes David Drew. Is this the opportunity? Out the way, Lackerman. Yes, it is. A change of leader on lap number 11. And David Drew in the 8 goes from 27th on the grid to the number 1 spot in 23 minutes of racing. Victor Bernier himself started in 9th and now finds himself in 2nd after what? He moved to the front in about 2.5 laps. Now can David Drew reel in Lackerman? Again, he's a lap behind Lackerman, but he's causing an issue for both these guys. In fact, 2 laps down Lackerman in the 99. So in a moment on your timing screen, you'll see the 8 jump to the top and the 7 drop down to 2nd position. Right about now. So David Drew for the first time officially leads on the timing screens. We saw it happen and already pulled out a 1 second advantage over Victor Bernier. Plenty more races going on behind them. The race for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th is tight. Danny Bunchu, one of our silver drivers on track in the 128. That is the BDR competition team racing with Bonduel. They weren't initially on the entry list, even from a couple of days ago. But BDR with 2 teams now. In fact, BDR, so they've switched cars. We did have a car 40, but they've switched it to a 128. That's what the issue was. They've just changed the car number. That threw me out in qualifying by an absolute mile. So same driver like 40 to 128. surprise though, making their way towards the front. Started in 6th, so they've not made the ground that Bernie and Drew have. Oh, that's close. And it is a sweeping inside manoeuvre. And you'll see now the gap has moved out to 2 seconds for Drew over Bernier. Graf Racing over the extreme limit. The new team this year. 21, that's score for the DB Motorsport team. His teammate, none other than that is one of the several drivers we are just waiting to see today, because he is utterly rapid. Gold now Matthias Besch, formerly platinum. One change further down the order. Brunel Delamere moves up to 9th from 10th, pushing Quentin Bassora down. That's that battle on screen right there, although Delamere's moved on pretty quickly. In total, 30 seconds now between 1st and 10th. Soon we'll have a full track of cars. There are still big gaps. Oh, I tell you what, David Drew is going to pass, I think, Martin Lackerman shortly, right on his tail. Just seen the leader in the bronze class go through. That's the Zosch Nauf team. The gap from 2nd to 3rd has grown to 10 seconds. Bernier over Bunchu. Both of those guys silver drivers. I think now Bunchu has got through traffic and in some clean air. That might change a little bit. But almost the entire pit straight between 2nd and 3rd. Number 9 of Eric Trullet leading Alistair Young in the number 4 behind. They're racing for 11th and 12th position on track. Just ahead of them is Quentin Bassora in the 21. Chicane on the main straight. That is Lackerman and David Drew, very eager to get past. There's his move now. Doesn't go for it, has a little look. Doesn't quite get it done. That was Danny Bunchu. So it's Lackerman in the green, who's running last on track. And behind him is David Drew, leader. Finally makes it through. David Drew and Victor Bernier have been trying for about 15 minutes to get past Matthias Lackerman. And finally, David Drew does it. And Victor Bernier, unless he can do the same very soon, is going to continue to lose time. That's the 72. That's the A&S Motorsport Bronze Cup team. One of 6 teams in competition this weekend, and they are currently running last in bronze, unfortunately, because David Drew is going to make light work, I imagine, of the 72. Here he comes. I'm really gutted for Matthias Lackerman because his pace is absolutely phenomenal. One of very few drivers consistently going sub 2 minutes. I've got a man on the ground. I might try and find out what happened to the car number 99. I didn't notice that they weren't on the grid, but they can't have been. There goes David Drew. And I think Lackerman will do the same. So Lackerman will eventually unlap himself by at least one car. And he'll become the 34th car on track as opposed to the 35th and last. That will become Jean-Francois Yvon. No changes in the top 15 of lap number 15. So Lackerman also goes past the bronze car, the 72 of A&S Motorsport. Lackerman taking a wide line through turn number 11. Rousseau. Absolute mission, isn't he? And finally, as well, Victor Bernier does the same. Still running in second position. But he still needs to get past the main man, Lacassan, which is a completely different task entirely. But a little bit of clean air. And now our leaders, let's say your top 2, top 3, no, top 2, yeah, David Drew and Victor Bernier, they're so far ahead of the rest already. They have now got about a third of a clear track to make up some time that was lost behind Lackerman and the back marker. They'll have pretty much half of the missile straight up to turns 8 and 9 to just absolutely hammer it, which is bad news for the rest of the field for now. But the tactics put David Drew out first. Right now is working an absolute treat. Ah, no! Well, running at the back, which became the back, Jean-Francois Yvon in the 72 A&S Motorsport car. I think it just went from bad to worse. Spending time static is never a good thing outside of pit lane. But back underway, no harm done. A little bit of movement near the front. Arnold Robin, who was our pole sitter, dropped down to 5th place, just picked back up to 4th over to Creed, who started in 3rd. So other than David Drew, Victor Bernier, Danny Bundschuh, who are gold, silver drivers, all the other drivers in the top 10 are bronze. And other than losing out to the aforementioned 3, having held in their position. Okay, that is the number 8 coming in. That is the car of Graf Racing. And that's David Drew. Why is David Drew coming in after 35 minutes? That is unexpected. Wow, is this a tactical masterclass? Who knows? Did you see a driver get out there? I didn't, I don't think. Okay. The first to pit is our leader, David Drew, in the Graf Racing car. Now, when they come out, well, this is a lengthy pit stop. Do you know what? I think this is, yeah, they've gone very early, very early. And his last lap was a 1:58. Now, that car does have a bronze, a silver and a gold driver. So that means their penalty time is going to be, yeah, 56 painful seconds that they'll have to sit there. And off we go. Well, it has been a remarkable first stint by David Drew. as is the case with endurance racing, them's the rules. It all goes in one pit stop, 56 seconds, driver handicap. Now, I just wonder who's in the car now. It's Alexandre Coigny, who's their silver driver. So they're going gold, silver, bronze. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, I love tactics. And do you know what? If you've just joined it, is this your first time watching endurance racing? Get ready to get a bit confused, because our fastest car on track is going to drop from first to approximately mid-pack, I would say. Yeah, 2-minute lap, lost half a lap, somewhere near the back. So if you joined us in 5 minutes, you go, oh, they're not doing very well. No, they're absolutely flying. They've just gone in for their first pit. And they are still the only car. That's remarkable. I love it. I absolutely love it. So, leader on track, Victor Bernier, Danny Bunchu. Blimey, nearly a connection are coming together. We've had I think that was a track limit reported there. Let me just do a little bit of research very quickly. I thought I saw a penalty pop up. Maybe I was imagining things. Oh, it's car number 20, second infringement for track limits. If you get 3 track limits, that's Tom Stephen in the car 20, running in 20th place right now. 3 of them is probably going to be a 5-second penalty, I'd imagine. The entire track now covered in cars, the entire 35-car field spread amongst 5.8 kilometres of the Paul Ricard circuit. Gregory Savet's move up to 4th place from 5th. Erwin, they started in 3rd, drops to 5th. 2 silver drivers in the top 2 spots. And what's happened now, what you'll see in a second, Victor Bernier, who spent so much time behind Lucky Man before being overtaken by David Drew, now finds himself in exactly the same position. So Victor Bernier once again right behind Lucky Man. It's now 1st place, racing against 33rd now, I think, Lucky Man. Now, where did David Drew, no, it's Coigny, isn't it, come out after that stop? Yeah, gone from 1st to 33rd after that one pit stop. Okay, car number 21, Quentin Basora, the DB Autosport team. They have pitted after 41 minutes. So you might see a few more now. We are approaching, if I'm being very loosely, the first hour or so. There are 6 necessary pit stops in sorry, Southern mandatory pit stops. Southern, I keep saying 6-hour race, Southern pit stops. Now you cannot do consecutive sessions. Oh, that's in qualifying, ignore that. Yeah, in the pit stops, 4 people maximum in the pit stops. 1 safety, 1 driver assistant, and 2 mechanics. And 2 wheel guns as well. And they are very, very strict on those timings for the pit stops. That race you're watching is between 95, that's Guinel Delamere and Alim Gashev. Teammate are Jimmy Winslow, you'll be watching closely. So not much movement for the car number 1. Car number 1 because they were the team champions last year. Also second in the individuals too, the driver standings. It was so close to being a double. And in fact, if you look at it this way, the last round of last season was at Paul Ricard here. And that was won by James Winslow and Alan Gashev. So they are going for back-to-back wins at Paul Ricard in the Endurance Prototype Cup. Started in 8th, moved up to 7th thus far. Gashev, a pupil of driver coach James Winslow. So that's the number 8. That was our leader. It's Alexandre Coigny in that car now. And it, by kind of pure chance, really, it's that little trio racing. They're not racing for position on track by a long shot. It's almost back to front. But it's good to see Victor Bernier has got past Danny Bunchu, got past Lackerman, sorry. He's been a thorn in his side for the first 45 minutes of this race. And in fact, Lackerman's gone back through. He's having absolutely none of it. Oh, big wide. And that was, I think that was Coigny, the former race leaders, that took a big wide round turn number 10, it seems. How far has he dropped off the back? Oh, quite far. There he is, just a flash of the car. So the sub in there. So you've got Lackerman in the green, then Victor Bernier behind him, those two right there. So Victor Bernier behind is leading this race. In front in the green, Lackerman is last, or second from last. But he's already had a very early pit stop, let's call it one pit stop. The very start of the race was a lap behind, but otherwise they would be racing because they're very closely matched. In the pits, I think that's John Brownson in the car number 3. The American racer for the DKR engineering team. Started in 24th, currently in 31st, so not a perfect start. Oh, John Brownson shares the same birthday with me, 8th of October. Stick it in your diaries. Now, it also says, surely not, Alexander Coigny is in the pits. After what, 10 minutes? Oh no! That's a car going very slow, isn't it? 72. That's Jean-Francois Yvon in the A&S Motorsport Bronze team. 386, that's the Cosimo racing car of Whitchurch, Robert Prince and Posmentier. the bronze, silver team. I'm concerned and intrigued as to why Alexander Coigny back in the pits after only 10 minutes of racing. We did see him have a spin at turn number 10, and 5 corners later dived into the pits. That's quite bizarre. I'll try and find out from people on the ground what's happening. It didn't hit a barrier, did it? I thought he just had a little bit of a wide. That's Antti Ramo now in the car number 3. So, now car number 8 is on its way out of the pits. And in the car, second, their other driver is Quentin Joseph, the third driver of that team. And all the while, plenty of racing going on across the start-finish line. That is the race you're watching there. 14th, 15th, 16th that was crossing the line a second ago. I'm just invested at the moment in car number 8. Right, confirmation from my contact in the pits. So David Drew, as we kind of alluded to, as the pro driver, did 30 minutes at the start. He'll do the final hour as well, and the 2 drivers in between, but trying to understand that second pit stop. Seems odd to just do 10 minutes. 3/4 of the field not being in the pits yet. So yeah, the car number 8, Graf Racing, go from first to last in about 10 minutes due to 2 pit stops. 1 natural, 1 less so. We'll get to the bottom of it, we'll do our research. Which means at the top, leading by 18 seconds, Victor Bernier for Extreme Limit Racing. Still only half a dozen cars to have gone sub 2 minutes. Yeah, David Drew can only drive for a maximum of, I think, 1 hour and 30 minutes. It makes total sense for him. That's the 95 of Gwenel Delamere. They started in 11th position. They've moved up to 7th at the moment. Right now, things looking very good for Victor Bernier. Coming through turns 8 and 9, that is Alain Geshev holding off Gwenel Delamere. Just at the bottom of your screen. In fact, Eric Troulet in that little fight as well. Between Alistair Young, Eric Troulet behind. In the next 5 minutes, expect to see a few more enter the pits on the hour mark. In fact, Nigel Bailey goes in, Laurent Whitchurch goes in. cars 10 and 386, Belgian and Swiss drivers. Also race winner last year, Kojimo Racing, Erwin Creed. And that 154 car, they nearly won the championship. They won in Portugal and Spain. A very good season. Just the last race at Paul Ricard, we'll have some bad memories of this place about 5 months ago. They came into the last round with a chance to win the championship, and they were doing very well in the race, but a flat tyre in the latter stages pushed them right down to 18th position, cost them a lot of points. And yeah, it's still Alexander Coyne in that car number 8, so we'll leave them alone now. Clearly, the spin he had on corner number 10 just caused them to dive into the pits to have a look at something. But they've had 2 pit stops now, so that's another 1 eaten up. 7 in total everybody's got to take. Almost 1 hour in, 3/4 of the teams have not had one yet. So 3 titles up for grabs at the Endurance Prototype Cup. The overall, or the scratch you might call it in other competitions, is driver v driver. The Bronze Cup for entirely bronze teams. Then the Team Championship as well. So you've got multiple cars. Whichever one of your cars scores the most points per round is your team score. Now, for the first time this winter, we also had the Winter Cup. And that I'll pick up on soon. Let's get you the details of that winter series. I say it was winter, it was boiling hot in obviously Portugal and Spain. But some more miles under the car experience for the drivers. That is currently the race for 23rd, 24th we're watching, and the 22, that's Jens Pettersen for Lamo Racing, and in the 57, Stephen Rupp. And the SKR Performance by Graf car. So Graf do have their own Graf racing teams, and also SKR by Graf, so well supported by the Graf team. As we go through, oh, is that coming in or coming out? That is coming into the pits. Number 23, pitting from 24th position. The 23 events racing team have 3 cars this weekend. It's Nicolas Chartier was in the Alain Borland in the opening stint, French driver. Taking part in the 2024 Ligier Cup France with Ultimate. He'll be handing over to either Gilles Heriot or Augustin Bernier. 2 silver drivers in that number 23 team, so expect them to start making their way through the field. I'm going to still say these very early stages. Coming up to 1 hour down, 5 to go. Plenty more pitting happening now. At least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars in the pits as we speak. is Victor Bernie, leader for pretty much the entire race, other than about 10 laps where David Drew took the advantage before pitting. Just getting half an hour pro driving in the car. Bernier, 20 years of age. He'll be 21 in a couple of months' time. He's had 7 starts in the Porsche Super Cup. Also competed in Italian F4, French F4, Freca, no Freck. Now, on arrival to FA Racing, the team set up by two-time F1 World Champion Fernando Alonso. Bernier stated that Alonso had always been an example to him. Also got a brother who's a racing driver, Augustin. Brother's also a French karting champion. Plenty of speed in the Bernier family. In second position right now is really impressively one of our Bronze Cup cars. So Greg, due to pit stops of course, so take this with a little pinch of salt, but Gregory Sauvé in the car number 70, the Zoschnauf racing car, in second position on track, one of only 6 all-bronze lineups. So well done to them. And do you know what? He's racing at 159s. Best lap, 159 for Sauvé. As a bronze driver. Not even all the silver drivers have gone sub 2 minutes yet. In fact, only 4 teams have gone sub 2. Gregory Sauvé's absolutely flying. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research on Gregory Sauvé. That seems otherworldly. Why is he a blonde? Okay, Gregory Sauvé, recent results. Second in the Michelin 24-hour series European Championships GT3. Third place in the Dubai Autodrome 24-hour series Middle East GT3 AM competition. Yeah, plenty of it, racing all over the place. And Audi RA, LMS Evo, in the Michelin 24 Europe Series. Oh, he's an absolute endurance specialist. Even going back to 2018, when he must have been... Oh, how old is he? Not old at all. 25-hour Fun Cup. Wow. Wow. Bronze driver in second position, between splitting the drivers of Victor Bernier and Danny Bunchu in first and third. He's only 1 second ahead of Danny Bunchu. Couple more coming out the pits. There's, I think, Quentin Basora, Alexandra Leroy and Romano Ricci. Glimpse of your leader coming up towards some black markers, and that'll be the story of his radio, well, his stint now at least. They do seem to be racing in pairs, don't they? The second of those two cars, Danny Victor Bernier right there behind the back marker. That won't take too long to clear. And that's car number 500, one of our Bronze Cup cars. There's the green of Lackyman, causing plenty of problems for those behind him. Totally out of place near the back. Geshev in the car number 1 up to 5th position. And already, was a pit stop, that was why, because he's 25 seconds ahead of Trulli in 6th. So here are some highlights after our first hour of racing. From the start, it was Robin and Chila on the front row of the grid, but the gold and the silver drivers quickly made themselves felt. Victor Bernier, over the first half an hour of this race, worked his way towards the front. He was joined by David Drew early doors. Bernier in the car number 7 had to make up, was it 20 or 8 places? Even better than that though, David Drew from 25th on the grid finally found himself at the front. But some early pit stops for our leaders. One expected, one out of sorts, pushed them right down to the back eventually. But Victor Bernier picked off driver after driver in the red top. David Drew, all of a sudden, was all on the back of him. And eventually, the field spread out slightly through the opening 10 or so minutes, and we started to see where the competition was going to come from. The 555 Kojimo Racing Car, winner of the Bronze Cup last year, looking to do the same at Paul Ricard round 1 of the 2026 season. And that man in the green, Francois Lackyman, out of position at the back of the field, caused all sorts of problems for Victor Bernier, and it allowed David Drew to pick his way through the field, picked up 24 places in the opening 20 minutes. And he would find himself in front. Battles throughout the entire field. And as we've always said in these endurance competitions, it is tactical, it is bide your time. And then we saw our first major spin. Was running near the back, and then got back to worse. Not been too many incidents so far. That one was thankfully minor. In the 24, the Lamo Racing Car of Seegers, Farines and Leroy. Eventually, our pole sitters or front row find themselves falling just ever so slightly down the order. Robin and Chia, the average times from qualifying led the way, and they just got picked off by silver and gold drivers, must be said. 74 of BDR competition, 2 cars in this race. The first 45 minutes was really all about David Drew, and he came into the pits after about 35 minutes. He's only allowed to do an hour and a half maximum, and in the car got Coigny. Now they had dropped from 1st down to 30th at that time. Then not long later, Coigny, there in the 8, would take a spin And after only 10 minutes, he'd come in too before going back out. Not sure what the reason was, but it meant that the Graf Racing car went from first to last pretty quickly. And that let the Extreme Light team of Victor Bernier to pick up where they left it, regain first position. Again, Lackerman in the green caused all sorts of problems that eventually get through. And the car number one, the reigning team champions, have also started under the radar pretty well. Moving from 8th up to 6th, up to 5th, up to 4th. Right now, leading on track, but they've not pitted yet. Little bit of a wide for the number 77. That's the ZOS J4R Project Racing team, who started on pole. The weekend started fantastically. So as things stand right now, Alim Gashev yet to pit, but leading on track. It's been all change over the last few minutes. Eric Troulet in the number 9, also yet to pit. On track in second. Provisionally, your leader, Erwin Creed in the 154. The Kojimo Racing team came so close to winning the championship last season. Starting, as they mean to go on, in a revived 2026. So we will wait for our top three. The 1, the 9, the 57 have not pitted yet, okay? So provisional leader, Erwin Creed, currently 4th on track, but have pitted. So you might see that number change, ignore it. Nicolas Chartier in the 88, not pitted yet. Louis Stern in the 74, not pitted yet. So this will continue to change. Eric Troulet. Here comes Alim Gashev. So for the first time, the car number 1, the reigning team champions, and second overall in the driver standings, it'll be James Winslow that should jump in the car, take it from the hands of Alim Gashev. So very few cars now yet to pit. A couple of teams have pitted twice already. Danny Bunchu, the main one, running in 8th right now. You could call them provisional leaders. In fact, you probably should. Or they are. No, let's say they're quite far down. Are they over 2 minutes back from Eric Troulet, potentially? Sorry, Erwin Creed and the 154. Plenty of screen time for Francois Lackyman, and rightly so. He's having a great time in the car 99. And in fact, I wonder where he's at. He's up to 25th now, Martin Lackyman, from 35th. And officially they've pitted twice. Or in their on pit out now. Well, it's hard to keep up, and I've got all the data I can possibly dream of in front of me. Now the penalty for Gashev and Winslow will be quite small because they're only a silver-bronze pairing. So a silver and a bronze is 46 seconds. It is a bit of a chunk. But a lot less than it could be if you're a silver, it's 70 seconds. So they'll come back out around about where they left off, probably in the top 5, I would imagine. and only in the next 5 minutes will things start to settle even ever so slightly as they just fall into place. But already we've got teams on 2 pit stops, some on 0. To be honest, until you see pit stop number 7, then we kind of know. That is over 4 hours away. Stick with us. Big names we're yet to see. I think Matthias Basch. We've got who else is a platinum? Nicolas Prost, platinum driver. I think it's the only official platinum in the field. There's some former platinums. For example, Basch is formerly platinum, now gold. And then the party starts, okay? Coming in, Stefan Rupp for their first pit stop from 3rd on track. The car 57 as the SKR Performance Biograph Racing started 25th on the grid. And just for a few moments, they will be first position. Oh, that is a get into the pits now. Get into the pits now. We're here, we're over here. If you don't know where that is the kind of, I'm going to say, lollipop man that you need in your pits. If there's any doubt whatsoever about where our garage is, he will show you. Okay. The car of Martin Lackerman. That will be either Laguti or Goudet in the car to continue the good work despite the track position. Just waiting for these final pit outs to be confirmed, and then we'll tell you who our leaders are. Do you know what? It might be the car number 1 of James Winslow. Or will they be overtaken in the next few seconds as the cars come over the start-finish line? In the 99 is now... can't see who's in that car yet. It shouldn't be Martin Lackerman, who's currently on the timing screen. But they're down to 31st regardless. We'll come back to that one. Okay, looks like Adrian Chila in the car number 6 is going to be leader on track. It all seems to be settling down. Owen Creed Owen Creed going back to back? Is that right? He started, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Okay. Owen Creed going back to back sessions after 1 pit stop. They've got 3 members of that team. Alvarez is one of them, and Nicolas Prost. So, oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Owen Creed is doing so well. Looks like he's going to do 2 stints as a bronze driver to start things off, because they got Alvarez, which is silver, and Prost, who is platinum. So they will have massive, massive penalties to take. If you've got bronze, silver, gold, 51, yeah, it's going to be over 56 seconds penalties they have. So it looks like Creed's doing so well, they're going to leave him out there, which is going to put him in second. Provisionally, on paper, it's still Stefan Rupp and Louis Stern, but they're in the pits. Then Owen Creed in the 154, Adrian Chila in the 6 is in leading in third. And Alim Gashev is doing the 2nd stint as well. Okay, so James has not got in that car. So a few of the bronze drivers doing double stints early on. And if they're bronze and silver, James and Alam, let me just see, bronze and silver. The silver could do a maximum of 3 hours. So yeah, they've got to do 3 hours each. Alim and James in the number 123 events racing car. Okay, that time, that order now you can see on the left-hand side, that is true. That is on track. No one in pits, the top three. So Chiller leads over Creed and Geshev. They are your real top three. 95 is your real fourth position. Gwenel Dolomir. The next four all either in the pit or on their way out. Oh, this is great. In 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. Is that right? Yeah, wow. 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th on track are all Bronze Cup cars racing back to back to back to back. Like, there's gaps between them, but that is, you might not see that again in this entire 5 hours. And due to some other pit outs and ins, they might all jump up even further. They are going to, you know. They've now jumped to 5th, 6th, 7th, and potentially 8th as well. So bronze cars in 5th, 6th, and 7th. The car 555, reigning Bronze Cup champions, Kojimo Racing. 5th overall on track. Nick Adcock in the car number 30. Has the CD Sport bronze car. And Xavier Nauf in the 70. That's the Zosh Nauf car. Started in 16th place, up to 7th. Great work, guys. The caveat here, I wish you could see on screen how many pits they've had, because it is quite interesting. So the top 10 cars have all had 1 pit stop, other than Xavier Nauf, who've had 2. Every single car from 11th down, other than the car number 88, one caveat, all had at least 2 pit stops. In fact, there's about 10 cars that have had 3 already in the first hour and 20 minutes. New fastest time by Alexander Coigny in the car number 8. So, the car, that's Adrian Chiller on screen, your leader, by the way, making his way round turns number 5 and 6 and 7 before going on to the Mistral Straight. That is your leader. The car number 8, which was driven by David Drew, like Artemis 2 rocket at the start of this race, went from first to last after their 2 pit stops. They're now back up to 12th with Coigny at the wheel. And they've just set the new fastest time, lap time of the entire race, 1:58.871. Still blue skies in the south of France, has been all day long. Perfect driving conditions. And the temperature will slowly drop, as will the light conditions. We do go into the evening. Estimated finish time is 11:25. I think we started at 2 minutes late. Call it half 11. Rough finishing time. And right now, another might be interesting fact for you, the top 15 cars. The top 15 cars, all bronze drivers at the moment. That is not coincidence, and it's tactics to put your bronze drivers out first, get some time in the car. I think we might even see, like picking on a 2-driver team, Winslow and Gashev. Gashev might do the first 3 hours of this race, and Jamie do the second, or they might go 2-1-1-2, something like this. They've got to do 3 hours each. Or the most James can do is 3. But you can't time it that perfectly. 7 pit stops required across the 6 hours. No change in your top 6 as they cross the start finish for lap number 39. And for a short while now, we might settle into some sort of formation racing, because there'll be no change in the top 12. Pitting is Stefan Rupp. Coming into the car is Vincent Capilli. So with their second stop of the race. So now only the top 7 cars have, apart from, unfortunately, Alexandre Yvonne, are they even still on track, the car number 34? They've only done 33 laps compared to 37 for the rest of the field. I'm not sure if they're still out there. Oh, there's a sector 2 time just coming, so maybe they are. Yeah, they are 6 laps down on the field. Some track limits being reported, doesn't matter yet, and all I'll read out to you is penalties, really. That on your screen is Alexander Coigny. It was David Drew that took that car to the front of the glove of the Swiss driver. And that's so well. Coigny also a silver driver. David Drew's the gold. But they will be hit every single time by those penalties. They're huge. But their team is so good. Coigny, ex-motorsport, formerly Cool Racing with Nicolas Lapierre. And he's actually been, by most regards, one of the most successful drivers at Le Mans of recent times. Also raced in the WEC, the WEC, World Endurance Championship. So to have David Drew and Alexandre Coigny on your first 2 stints is pretty frightening for everybody else. As is being shown, fastest time of the race thus far was formerly David Drew, and now it's Coigny, tearing it round. 40 laps completed by our leaders. That'll look a nice overtake by Alain Bourlin on if I caught the numbers correctly. So we had the extra pit stop is because they use that as a fuel pit stop. Now, pit stops for driving changes and pit stops for refueling must be done separately. And that's where you do the weird trip through the middle section of the garages. So you will see more than 1 pit stop, more than 6 pit stops, because every time they go in the garage they're not necessarily changing driver, although you don't have to if you've got 2 drivers. It's all very complicated, but you're also going in to get fuel as well. Top 8, only pitted once thus far. But they are the top, Adrian Chiller leading 1 pit stop so far is 1 minute 30 ahead of 8th position. So they could go into the pits, take a 50-second pit stop and still come out in front of 8th place. That is Alain Gashev, who's been in the car from the very first minute, currently third on track. 11 seconds behind Erwin Creed in second. Leader Adrian Schiller out in front by just 5 seconds, lapping almost identically to Creed. And Alain Gashev, that's back just in a 2:03, he's going to lose some time on the top pairing. Gwenel Delamere pits from 4th place. Car number 95, the SRT, the Seizelcom Racing Team. Only started competing in 2024 in the Funyo. And made their debut in this series at the end of last season. So still finding their feet in the Ultimate Cup. Luis San Juan, 9th place in the number 9. He's amongst it with Robert Prince, Xavier Nauf and Alexander Coigny. That's that group of 4 cars on track. They are racing for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Lovely, oh, blimey. Tried to move up the inside, Alain Gashev, and nearly lost his front wing. Or front corner, I should say. He'll have another go, he'll go back again. Now, that isn't a direct race on track because Gashev is 12 seconds behind second place Erwin Creed. Yellow flag in sector 1. Oh, I think we've got a couple of cars. Stop, no. Yes, maybe, I think we might have 2 cars on the track side in sector 1. Is it the 128? Here's a big move up the inside, 1 car going right, a little bit of bumping. But nothing untoward there. I think we've lost the car number 27 potentially, Maxe Maurice, at turn number 1, hence the yellow sector. Their tracker has stopped at turn 1. Ah, there we go. Is that car 27? That is going down the Mistral Straight. The slowest car to do so today, unfortunately. And that is such a long way back. That's the furthest you could be from the pits, unfortunately. Oh, that'll be a horrible long slope drive. About 3 kilometres they've got to go at that speed. Just see them in the central part of your screen. That will be the longest drive of their life. What actually happened? Let's try and take, maybe is this it? that's the car number 4 just going off. That is the Switch Racing team. Well, that was not the car we saw going down the straight. Hang on, Alexandre Cogny has also, his track has stopped on that straight and dropping down the leaderboard. That's not Cogny, is it? Yeah, yes, it was. It was 27 and 8. They're the two. So there's been an incident between Cogny and Maxence Maurice. Now, we can only see one car that's going incredibly slow, and I think that might be Alexandre Cogny. And there's something happening. Is that that was more than a lock-up? That was engine trouble, surely. Oh, there's a spin. Oh, it's all happening now. Well, we've gone over the 1.5 hour mark, and that's the Codrimo Racing 386 car. Almost coming together with the Lamo Racing 777. He's trying to get back on track. So now a yellow flag in sector 3, and I think what up and down race for Graf Racing number 8. They've gone from first to last to get back up to the top 10, and now they're sliding all the way back down, along with Maxime Maurice in the 27, which is the 23 Events Racing team, partner team of Winslow and Gashev. Well, the yellow flags have disappeared. Oh no, that does not look good. That is some serious under the bonnet trouble. And we saw that about 30 seconds ago on the other side of the track. Is the same car. Oh, that needs to get in quickly. And again, they're so far away from the pits. That's coming up to turn number 8. And they've gone straight through turns 8 and 9. And you can't blame them. Because if that's leaking anything, that will cause absolute havoc. Oh, it's going again. Oh, it's getting worse and worse. Get off the track. That is shocker. As long as it's not dropping anything, we're okay, but that is doing no favours at all to that engine. And it was Cogny. I can't believe it. That is gutting. They were going so well. Yeah, car number 66, I've just said it, they've got to get off the track pretty much. And now they're being told by the officials, get off the racing line. I mean, you can't not know that's happening. And finally make it into the pits. Well, is that repairable? A 66 is Hajeli by T2 Racing. Started 7th on the grid. And that has plummeted them. Where were they? They're still only in 12th position at the moment, because they'd started pretty well, but that is, well, gone, not to their garage. That is going to possibly need, yeah, no fire, we're okay. Because if you spray that, you can call it a day. And that might be it. That's a real shame, as the team of Peter de Curtins, Mac Besson and Mitchell van Dijk having a good look round here. Driver staying in. That is a resigned arm bang on the door, and that's an even harder one. It's all over, isn't it? He knows it. That is a sign of get it on the truck and get out of here. Because they were going well, even after all that, or half a lap at 2/3 pace at best. They were still running in 12th position. And a bang on the steering wheel. Wow. Oh, there's a spin. We didn't see this one. We were concentrating on that engine trouble. Luckily, absolutely no one around them, but just waiting to get going again. So we might be down to 34 cars. Well, we will be, won't we? Definitely. That's not coming out again. Ah, that is why you get off the track. And the problem now is, a bit of that is potentially around 2/3 of this track. And we've just seen a car spin. I'm not pointing to Hallyday here, but it took a long time for them to get off the track. Still on the racing line for a lot of it, other than turns 8 to 9 when they went straight through. They were not in the ideal position. But it looks like it's not caused too many problems. I think we would have seen more spins by now if it was. So let's get back, after all that drama, let's get back to the top of the leaderboard. There's only 3 teams yet to have their second pit stop. And as you can imagine, they currently occupy the top 3 positions. And we've just seen the team manager of car number 66 reported to the stewards immediately for a slap on the wrist. I wonder why. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast almost. And that's the 99 car. Was driven by Lackerman. Nice Cindy Goudet. Carrying on where Martin Lackerman left off from the opening 30 laps. I like this racing, this is great. At the moment she's, that's a race with Arnold Robin in the 77, I think David Moncler in the 500. See these little races just come and go. We'll have this all afternoon, all evening we've got it. And our first car with 4 pit stops already. The 128 of Danny Bunchuk and Amaury Bonduel, the BDR competition car. Getting all their stops in early, as long as they're tactical stops. Some of those might have been the refueling pit stops too. Still sticking on Cindy Goudet in the green 99. In front of her, Amaury Bonduel, behind Arnold Robin. They are fighting for 27th, 28th and 29th on track, but they have had, they are teams that have had 3 stops already. So effectively push them up maybe 5 or 6 places, I would say. So it looks like we've lost two cars now. The 66 that we saw quite clearly. Also the 73 of Frederic Croulet. Lost them after 31 laps. A couple of other cars are still on track. The 34 of Alexandre Yvon at the wheel at the minute, and the 72 is the A&S Motorsport car. They're 7 laps down, but only done 2 pit stops, so not sure what's happened with them. And we saw the incident between Coigny and Maurice that dropped them both down. Well, Alexandre Coigny in the 8 is now coming back out onto track to pit out at the minute, but 6 laps down, and arguably the fastest car on the track today. The cards have not fallen well for the Graf Racing number 18. There is Kojimo Racing, nearly won the championship last year. Strong lineup. And they lead Erwin Creed at the wheel. They've only had 1 pit stop though. They lead by 1 minute, but their penalty when they stop next as a bronze, silver, platinum 3-driver team is going to be 56 seconds. So that entire 1 minute lead that they have will go immediately the next time they stop. Plus the time you lose in the pit straight anyway. That's like about 20 seconds-ish. So they could pit now, and they'd still come out in, I think, 3rd position, behind Nick Adcock in the 30 and Dennis Calon, the 2 cars in the Bronze Cup. The only other 2 teams that have pitted once. And legitimately in 5th place right now, Xavier Naif in the 70, another of our Bronze Cup competition cars. I don't know much about Xavier Naif. Let's try and have a little look. Belgian driver. Oh, we did look early, didn't we? Yeah, he's done well in the Michelin 24-hour European Series in GT3. Podium there, podium at the 24 Hours Middle East, GT3. Yeah, loves his endurance stuff. This is a sprint for Xavier. So some windscreen cleaning, get the bugs off. Maybe a little bit of oil on there too. Cleaning of the windscreen wiper. And surely these top 3 cars at some point have got to join them in the pits. So big penalties. Or handicaps. So I prefer the word handicaps to penalties. And that is the 68, isn't it? Of M Racing. Chris Short, Thomas and Anderson. Yeah. And they are currently Christian Short in the car right now, handing over to, well, he might not be handing over actually, reading the position. And there's a bronze, silver, silver lineup. That looks like a long time. It was a long time. It would have been 51 seconds for M Racing. God, it feels like an age watching it, doesn't it? You spent the last hour driving for every inch of your life, and then it's like, oh no, there it's gone. It'll all come out in the wash after 6 hours, don't worry. Right, One more in the pits, the number 555, our not leading anymore, they were leading in the bronze class. That'll be Nick Adcock now in the 30, the CD Sport car in the bronze car. 4 bronze cars in the top 8 at the moment. Leading bronze car that's had 3 pit stops, the number 500. Now, of course, every time these guys pit, they're going to do a refuel at some point as well. Now, I understand that these cars at full pelt can run for about an hour and 5 minutes. So that means 6 pit stops, then you come in again to refuel. Ah, there's the 30, that's Nick Adcock. Currently a second on track and first in bronze competition. That will change very shortly because Philippe Dillon, the reigning bronze champions in the 555, will take over that spot. And now we only have 1 car left on track that has had 1 pit stop. And surprise, surprise, it's our leader in the 154. Kojimo Racing. But their lead is massive. 57 seconds. A 57-second lead. And in fact, it'll be more because that car's in the pit. So I can't even tell you because it's like it's more than 1 lap. And a lap is 2 minutes. Ah, here we go. 1:37 is the lead for Creed over Chila. Kojimo Racing over A&S Motorsport. 1:37. If they pit, and 154 will have bronze, silver, gold. We said it earlier, didn't we? 56-second penalty. And then let's say you lose 20 seconds just getting in and getting out the pits. It might be more than that. Say 1 hour, 1 minute 20. They could pit. Right, get this. Erwin Creed for the Kojimo Racing team from the lead now could pit, have a 56-second penalty, and still come out in front. That is my prediction. Yellow in sector 3. No cars stranded on track that I can see on our track. Oh, it's gone green straight away. There you go. So Erwin Creed has been in the car from the first minute. He's now been driving for 1 hour and 50. This might have been the yellow. Just a big wide, wasn't it? Nice move on the inside. A wide in the background, and then, oh, it did spin! Just got a couple of wheels. Oh, didn't hit the wall, did it? No, that's close. So Erwin Creed has now been in the car for 1 hour and 51 minutes. So let me see what that means. He's the bronze driver, and they've got 3 drivers, so 3 drivers. And they are bronze, silver, and let's just call it gold. The bronze must do a minimum of 1 hour 30. Oh no, hang on, bronze, silver, gold. Yeah, bronze must do a minimum of 1 hour 30, and silver and gold must do a maximum of 2 hours. So I think you'll see Erwin Creed, maximum of 2 hours. He will go just over the 2 hour mark, and that will be it. That will be Creed's stint done. And what a stint! My word. The bronze driver showing the silver and the platinum how it's done. And this puts them on such a good course for a win, because coming up, they've got Sebastian Alvarez, rapid established driver, and then platinum driver Nicolas Prost. So right now, you'd say, I'm not a betting man, but if I were, Kojimo Racing, they are looking so good. And if Creed has managed to build up this lead, now I'm gonna contradict myself and play devil's advocate and say, well, okay, that'll make them on 2 pit stops. Everyone's got to have at least 6. Will they build up a minute's lead every single time? Who knows? But we will get, I might be able to print off now actually, we'll get updates every, I think it's every hour or 2 hours of where drivers were. So we can track exactly where they started, where they were after 1 hour, where they were after 2 hours. And we can start to map things out. But honestly, until the last hour, everything's ready to play for. There is your leader, Erwin Creed. Yellow car, yellow flag. Where that is, yellow flag, turn 11, yeah. They're back underway, and that will disappear very quickly. Lucas Tailman in the car number 7. They started in 9th position. It was Bernier who had the opening stint. And they are in 9th place. Louis Rossi in the car number 4. They started in 21st place, now in 10th. They're the only team in the top 14 to have had 3 stops. Nice view there of the CD Sport team. And their, not a bronze car, but bronze livery. Or was it, yeah, copper, wasn't it? Copper. Oh, hello. I hope you're not eating bubblegum. It causes all sorts of trouble. Car number 555, yeah. Spun and rejoined at turn 5. Oh, looking cool. I wonder what he's listening to. Beyonce. Sun is starting to set. Over the next hour or so, we will turn from day to dusk before dark. Later on, we'll finish with just the headlights. I imagine we might see a nice sunset too. Oh, Erwin Creed, we've got yellow flag in sector 3. Erwin Creed, I reckon he's got another 5 minutes in that car. I think it'll be 2 hours, bang on. And now car number 30 spun and rejoined in sector 3. What is happening down there? I'll make that 3 or 4 cars have spun around turn number 11. Something to keep half an eye on. Hey, let's get an update on the lead of Erwin Creed over Chiller. We'll find out in the next 20 seconds or so the official time. Whilst I say that, that group of four, they are racing for, well, the mid-20 positions. It's a good race they're having. In the front of that, Amre Bonduel in the 128. Nicolas Chartier, Cindy Goudet, and Christian Short. .134 the lead of Owen Creed, the official time. Coming into the pits, Mark Bassang. Oh no, Alain Gashev, of course it is, yes, Alain Gashev. Silly me, in the grey and yellow, and it looks like James Winslow. Is that James getting in? Yes, it will be James getting in. Now, James texted me about a minute ago because he was giving me an update on the fuel. So I hope he's not got his phone on him now. I'm just getting the seating pad again so it conforms to his derriere body. Comfort is the key. So Gashev has done, what, 1 hour 58. When I spoke to James earlier, he said Alain will either do 2 hours or 3 hours to start with. They've gone with the 2 hour stints. And they will serve I think it's 46-second penalty for 23 events racing, car number 1. Also in the pits, Louis Rossi from 9th position. Bit of a wipe of the window. Get any debris off. Get strapped in tight. Gloves comfortable. Oh, some extra spray. Oh, car number 10. That is the CD Sporting 65-second stop-and-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. 65 seconds. Never, ever, ever speed in the pit lane. They're already running in 30th, so that will drop them down even further. They're effectively last because they're 3 laps ahead of 31st, actually. So out goes James Winslow, driver coach of his teammate Alain Gashev. So, yeah, I think, well, I did speak to James earlier about their, not their tactics, just their driver lineup. He'll either do 1 hour now, or he might go for a full 3 and let Alain do the last hour. No, I'd imagine as the better driver, James would finish the race. So maybe he'll do 2, then he'll do one apiece, and sit in their own pit stops. And in between, again, 6 pit stops mandatory, and the fuel stops as well. Adrian Chiller in the number 6 for ANS Motorsport. They are 1:36 last time round down on Owen Creed, having done 1 more pit stop. I think Owen Creed's got to come in any minute now. It must be this lap. He's done 57 laps so far. Let's look at some race highlights. We are 2 hours into our 6-hour race. Your pole sitters, Robin of the car number 77, The Zosh J4R Project 24 team got things underway, but it quickly became a story of Bernier in the number 7 and David Drew in the number 20. Where was he? They had number 8 in there somewhere. And it was all about them, to be honest. It was a fantastic start. The 7 and the 8 took things on, went right to the front, and they started to move away. Lackerman in the 99 caused problems, had problems of his own, starting from the back, lost a lap very early on. But his driving standards were so good, caused a thorn in the side of our leaders. And for several laps, maybe even a dozen laps or so, they really struggled to get past. It was David Drew that eventually did get past, moving into the lead for some time, only to find troubles a little bit later on. Plenty of racing between the front and the back, though, particularly classy driving in the bronze class. There was a spin for the car number 73 of A&S Motorsport, but as yet, no big trouble for any cars, causing a safety car. A couple of yellow flags, but it's been very clean racing thus far. So David Drew led for a very long time, and then 2 consecutive pit stops early on meant Bernier went back to the front for the rest of his stint. The 74, the car of BDR competition, also performing for Louis Stern and Ajbet Anara in the Silver Dream team. And then it was the car 8 of Graf Racing, David Drew, who did ever so well, flew the car to the front. Taking over was Alexandre Cogny, but he'd have his own troubles a little bit later on. They went in for a pit stop about 5 minutes later, and then trouble with connection around about lap number 40. So then a few more cars came to the fore. There was a bit of smoke. I say a bit of smoke. There was a lot of smoke for car number 66, eventually getting off the racing line a little bit later. A little bit of a telling off from the stewards. Victor Bernier continued to push forward, eventually handing over to Lucas Tailman. And they currently lie in 6th position overall. The 386, that was the Kojimo racing car, started in 9th position. Another one that moved up the track eventually. And then Alam Gashev did the first 2-hour stint for the reigning team champions in 23 events racing, taking on the number 1 on their car this season. There were a couple of wides, particularly at turn number 11. 3 spins we had at turn number 11 alone, but things eventually ironed out. Erwin Creed would eventually move to the top spot. He's been already driving for over 2 hours in the car 154. The car number 9, Luis San Juan, took over from Eric Trullet, and they are the bronze car leaders, or have been. That's chopped and changed between 3 or 4 cars. Remarkably, of the top 10 cars, as it stands right now, 4 of them in the bronze competition, and not necessarily having had more pit stops either. They are absolutely flying. Adrian Chiller also been on form, currently lying in 2nd position. And if you look at the timing screen, yes, they're 1 minute 26 down, but they are 1 pit stop ahead of Erwin Creed and the 154, the Kojimo Racing, who will have to serve the biggest penalty handicap in the pit stop. That is coming up very, very shortly. So no lack of action in the opening 2 hours of race number 1 here at Paul Ricard. The first round of the season in the Endurance Prototype Cup, and 4 more hours of it to come. There have been some daring moves, as you can see. Some of them are coming off, some not. And then we had the incident with the car number 66. That was Hajeli by T2 Racing. Caused a few problems. There were some spins after. You can't prove that it was the whatever was left on the track by the car, but it was in this situation for around about 3 kilometers, almost 2/3 of the track. Eventually, they did get back to the pits, but it was all over. Another spin. That was the 66 coming in eventually. And there was a bang on the window, a bang on the floor, and a bang in the engine as well. And now we start to enter the dusk of our racing. A 6-hour race. In the 99, it was Cindy Goudet who took over from Luckyman and continued the trend to cause a nuisance, despite being almost half a lap to 2 laps down. But leading the way, Erwin Creed for the Kojimo Racing team, been in the car for 2 hours and 10 minutes so far. That one did stay out the wall, by the way. Just. Your top three, Erwin Creed, Adrian Chiller and Sean Rashid. And we are back on track. We are 2 minutes 10 into this 6-hour race. Current leaders, Owen Creed in the 154 car for Kojimo Racing, leads by 1 minute and 20 seconds. Seems like a lot, but they do have a massive penalty handicap coming up in their second pit stop. The only car on track so far to have had only one pit stop. The rest have had at least two. Most of them had three, to be perfectly honest. Sean Rashid in the 777 Lamo Racing. They've just jumped up to third position. They haven't been there for very long. Xavier Naif in the car number 70, racing for the Zosh Naif team. And they are the leaders in the Bronze Cup competition. Lucas Tailman in the Extreme Limit. They started very well. They are continuing to do so, much like Luan in the number 9. Another of our Bronze Car Cup competitions. And let's make it three with Philippe Theron in the 555. Last year's Bronze Cup champions, currently situated in the top 7. Still pit stops to come for many of these teams, some even up to 4. On the second page, Carvalho for the 22. Jamie Winslow in the number 1. His teammate Alam Gashev held the lead temporarily very early on, and he's just moved down to 10th. But again, they've just had one more pit stop than many of the top 10 teams. Still everything to play for. Plenty of cars jumping up and down as the pit stops go on, but I think none more so than the car number 8 of David Drew and Alexander Coigny. They have been, I think, in every single position on the grid at least twice. It's been a crazy race for the Graf Racing team. And we are going to get back into it. So the question mark now is, when is Erwin Creed going to change to the next driver? So the Kojimo Racing team, they have Creed as their bronze driver. You've got Sebastian Alvarez as silver and Nicolas Prost as platinum. They've all got to do, well, the gold and the platinum got to do at least 2 hours each. So I'm sort of just waiting to see when that pit stop is going to take place. He's been in the car for 2 hours and 15 minutes now. It will happen at some point. And there's some flashing going on. And, oh, I was going to say safe. I was just hesitating to say safely out of the pit lane for the 386. That's another of the Kojimo Racing team. They started in 19th position. In the Adrian Chila and Xavier Nauf, they are on their third pit stop of the race. Lucas Tailman is promoted to second. And now nice to see that Cindy Goudet in the 99, just to point one out, because we've mentioned the car so many times, how many pit stops have they done in the 99? 3. Now, that was the car that was driven by Martin Lackerman. They started this race a lap down on the field, and now Lackerman and Goudet have put them up into 11th. That is remarkable. I mean, they were one of the fastest, even though they lost a lap early on. Not sure why yet, but they were still one of the fastest cars on track despite track position. And now they've made their way up to 11th. That is absolutely incredible. We have lost, I believe, 4 cars so far. The 128 the have we lost the 66? Yes, we did. 27 and 73, all beyond 11 laps down. There are a few cars that are 8 laps down, but still lapping at the moment. Again, well, 2 of those are bronze cars, so in class they'd still be in the top 6 right now. But Erwin Creed continues in the top spot, 3:43. Maybe he'll go to 2.5 hours. Maybe I got my paperwork wrong. Let me just take one glance at this. So, bronze, silver, platinum. Yeah, silver, gold, maximum 2 hours. So there's no reason why either Prost or Alvarez could be in the car now. Do you know what? If they're doing well, let them crack on. Maybe that's the feeling. A little bit about the teams that are taking part. Let's have a little bit of time on that. So we have, let's look at just pick on A&S Motorsport, based in Chevrolet, France. Nicolas Prost is the team principal. They have 4 Novas, but they ran a Ligier in EEP last year as well. We've got CD Sport in the bronze car competition, based in Pau, France, celebrating 31 years this year. They also run a travelling driving school, running GT, prototypes and single-seaters. Second in the team championship in 2024. They had 2 wins, one at Hockenheim, where we don't visit this year, and Paul Ricard. Graf Racing, who of course have been doing incredibly well. They've got cars in the David Drew, Alex Coigny. We'll see Quentin Joseph later as well. But they have, what did they drop to eventually? 31st. It's so painful, because that car, they've still got the fastest lap of the race. It's total misfortune for Graf Racing. Could have been a completely different story. Also based just outside Paris in France. Ultimate Cup F3 champions in 2020 and 2023. LMP3 champions 2019, 22 and 23. Asian Le Mans champions LMP3, and reigning EBC team champions, 3 wins between Paul Ricard, that is 2024, Paul Ricard, Portimao and Mugello. We learned also via James Winslow a bit more about their team as well, the 23 Events Racing. Now that was formed at the beginning of 2024 after a split with the MV2S Racing setup, so went with their own way. Won the team championship last year, which is pretty incredible, in their 2nd year of racing. And they almost won it the year before, but that came down to a 5-second penalty difference, which I believe was in the final race too, or ever so close. And Erwin Creed is finally in the pits after 2 hours and 20 minutes of racing. Now the story, or the question is, can they serve that penalty and use the time up in the pits and still come out in front? going to find out the answer soon. Because Lucas Tailman, who was running second, has also gone to the pits, which means Vincent Capellier in the 57 car. That's the SKR Performance by Graf Racing, teamed up this year. And Jamie Winslow, reigning team champions for 23 events, just mentioned them, up into fourth and lapping very, very quickly. So, Erwin Creed still in the pits. In fact, there's 6 cars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars in the pits right now. So pretty much bang on the 2 hour 30 mark, or 2 hours 20 mark. They've decided now's the time. Some of them will be refueling as well. We mentioned earlier that these cars at full tilt can last about 1 hour 5 minutes on a tank, which means 5 pit stops for fueling and 6 for changing, well, not necessarily changing drivers, but the 6 mandatory ones too. And you can't refuel and serve a pit stop for a driver change or mandatory at the same time. They need to be separate. Erwin Creed currently on pit out, and I think they're going to do this absolutely comfortably, because they are still, even though they've just served their second pit stop, they will still be 1 pit stop down on pretty much the rest of the field. Ignore actual track, physical track positions at the moment. When the Kojimo racing car comes back out, 154, they could still be in the lead by over a minute. We won't know until they complete this next lap. And it's Erwin Creed in the car again. No, it can't be. It can't be. Let's wait till they cross the start-finish line. Yeah, that'll change. I would put not quite my mortgage on it, but a tenner. Now, most of the racing you're going to see now on track will not be for actual overall position. Lucas Tailman on the pit out lap is dropping down to 7th place. I'm just trying to have a little look on track 57. I'm going to find out now if Vincent Capellier will go into the #1 spot. Yes, they do. Yes, so there has been a change to the top. Sorry, there was hesitation, just waiting for the maths in my head to actually work. And Jamie Winslow, for 23 events racing, moves into 2nd position, and the 154 car will cross the start-finish line now, and they'll come out in 3rd place, and it's still Erwin Creed in the car. Erwin Creed is going at maybe, or no. Well, I am a little bit confused by that, because they've got 2 incredible drivers waiting in the garage, and you can see the Dusk settling in now at Paul Ricard in the south of France. going back to back, you could not quite, but almost ignore if two cars are racing each other. They're not racing for actual leaderboard position, because there is now, between the top 20, 3 laps between the first and 20th position. Huge gaps opened up. But as the handicaps come into play continuously over the course of this race, you will see why they have them. It will hopefully bring things back together a little bit. You serve those penalties every time. And 5 of the top 6 cars have pitted again already. Which means Owen Creed, so he's pitting for fuel now. So Owen Creed's come straight back in. Jimmy Winslow's come straight back in as well, most likely to refuel. Vincent Capellier is staying out for the time being. Once again, we just need to wait for this to settle slightly before I can start to tell you a story. It is Nicolas Prost in the car 154. And now, so Owen Creed came in to refuel first of all, and then to do the driver change. That's what threw me a little bit. So up for Kojima Racing, Nicolas Prost, son of 4-time F1 world champion Alain Prost. He's 43 years of age now, been racing over 20 years and won numerous competitions. 2005 Formula French Renault. In 21 and 22, the Ultimate Monoplace champion. Formula E race winner between 2014 and 2018, platinum driver. He won 9 World Endurance Championship races in LMP1 in a privateer class, so LMP1 now LMPH, with Nick Heidfeld, Neil Yanni and Matthias Besch. That is a dream team, isn't it? Imagine that. Nicolas Prost, Nick Heidfeld, Neil Yanni and Matthias Besch. Wow. And with CMR since 2020, the GT4 Pro-Am, and developing the next generation of LMP3s. And he is going to be a tricky man to beat. He's already got past Jamie Winslow, who drops down to 4th place, but Jamie was on an outlap on the pit, so not up to full speed just yet. And his first lap is at 2 minutes 4:93 for Prost. Now, this doesn't mean that he's going to be moving up the order in 3rd right now, and 55 seconds down on Luis San Juan. As I say that, San Juan goes into the pits. So you might find Nicolas Prost leading this very soon. Owen Creed has set up Kojima Racing so well. That is a hell of a stint. 2.5 hours of absolutely flying around the circuit, and he hands over as the bronze driver to Nicolas Prost and finally Sebastian Alvarez. I imagine Prost will do close to an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours now, and hand over to Alvarez for the final stint, who himself is a rapid driver. Luis Van Hijn in the car number 9, the leader in the bronze competition, which is 3 bronze drivers: Alec Trullet, Sebastian Page, and in the car San Juan. And lying in second after 4 pit stops, which is only one behind a handful of other cars. In fact, Lauren Whitchurch has done 6 laps, 6 pit stops in the Kojimo Racing 386 car. And Nigel Bailey in the number 10 CD Sport also 6 pit stops for them. And to give you some perspective, the only other car not to have done at least 3 or 4 pit stops is your leader, Vincent Capellier. So you will probably see car 57, the SKR Performance team. They are bronze, silver, I believe. And we'll get a lap differential between he and Nicolas Prost very shortly. Bronze, silver as a 3-driver team. Bronze, silver, a 34-second penalty to come, which is a lot less than Prost will have to serve when he does his pit stops in time. And those headlights will become useful over the next 3 hours. Within about half an hour, we should be pretty dark around. Oh my goodness, there's fire! There's fire where there shouldn't be! My goodness! Well, we saw that for just a second or so. Oh my. That is the CD Sport number 28 of Theodor Jensen, Novichov and Klavau. And rightly so, pulling off the track. Because that could be very dangerous. And do you know what? I'm surprised. He must have got the message there, because he wouldn't be able to see that, I imagine, because it was right at the very rear of the car. And doing the right thing, stopping, getting out, saying, hang on, is it still on fire? And that will be the end of day for the car number 28 CD Sport. They were running, where were they running? 28 in 18th position. Speaks Theo Jensen in the car, or what was in the car, which will give us a yellow sector 3. And there's a little bit of agitation going on. What's they're going to try and push it very quickly, or is he getting back in? Oh yeah, to push it blindly. Just to steer it for them. Oh, you might need 3 on that, chaps. Oh no, they're doing it. Well done. Never miss a leg day. So that is our 5th car out of competition. That's dramatic, wasn't it? And that sector 3 goes green flag racing again. That was really quick by the officials. That's spot on work, that. Well, you don't need me to tell you that that shouldn't happen. Exciting though, isn't it? Not for the team principal, I'm sure. So, despite it not being for on-track, well, the leaderboard position, still some toe-to-toe racing to enjoy. Our leaders are in the pits. Vincent Capellier in the 57 car for SKR Performance by Graf have pitted. Nicolas Prost is officially 2 minutes 23 down the road. So this may not change anything. We shall see. It shouldn't change anything. It'll take them about 90 seconds to get in, serve their pit handicap, get back out again. Although Prost goes green in sector 1, yet to go sub 60 seconds, which I thought might come from Nicolas. Oh, we got Bernd Wiesenberger in the car number 6, the ANS Motorsport team. He set a rapid time earlier. They were second on the grid, first row, 2.5 hours ago. Fell away slightly, but now they've come back storming. Wiesenberger's just done a 1:57.9. Almost in the dark. Keep your eye on Håkon Wiesenberger in the number 6. He is on a, I'm going to say, a tear-up. Nobody's gone sub 1:59 yet. He's just... Nobody in this race has gone anywhere near that time. 1:57.9. That's like a qualifying lap on low fuel. Ah, maybe he's going to come into fuel shortly. Nicolas Prost does go into the lead. The 1:54 Kojimo Racing. So, Kojimo back out in front. Erwin Creed did an absolutely stellar job early on in this race. For 2 hours and 25 minutes, just didn't take his foot off the floor. He set up his teammates absolutely perfectly and handed over from bronze to platinum. What a dream scenario. Welcome back to racing at Circuit Paul Ricard for the second half of round one of the Canal European Endurance Prototype Cup. There has been no loss of action across the entire first 3 hours, and as things stand right now, Nicolas Prost, the platinum driver, and the Kojimo racing car being chased down by the young Paco Wiesenberger in the number 6, racing for A&S Motorsport. That lead was about 55 seconds. It's come down to 39, and Prost needs to serve one more handicap penalty pit stop before we level things out. Enzo Caldares now in the 95 for SRT, the Cyclecom racing team. Philippe Durion, the leader of the bronze car category and last year's bronze class winners. They are 1 lap and 53 seconds back. For Alexandre Lafourcade and Pierre Cousnon are your top 6 on screen. You can see down to the last few positions, 4 or 5 laps back from the start, but still so many pit stops to come. A minimum of 6 mandatory pit stops. Then you've got your at least 5 refueling stops. These cars can go for approximately 1 hour, 5 minutes without having to refuel, which means starting on a full tank, you'll need at least 5 pit stops to get to the end of the race, and 1 hour 5 is if they go in full pelt as well. So we've seen a few driver changes come and go, but we have now the cream of the crop right at the top. Nicolas Prost and Paco Wiesenberger racing so hard, and the time between the two coming down every single lap. Wiesenberger is utterly flying up at the race with a 1:57, consistently knocking out the 7 minutes, whereas him pretty much bang on 2:05 each time. So chipping away. Philippe Durion, just mentioned, fastest of the bronze class cars right now by a good lap almost in the 5:55. His teammates Sebastian Morales and Dennis Kalon will be watching closely in the garage to start their season off, looking towards retaining that and doing it in the best way possible here in round number 1. So consistently now we'll see pitting coming and going. It will throw the leaderboard out of position every so often. We'll try and keep on top of it if we possibly can. We do have the pit stop numbers on one of our screens here. I know you can't see that, we'll keep you up to date. But the important thing to note, of the top 3 cars, 2 of them have served 1 less pit stop mandatory penalty than the others. So that will throw things around a bit. Berger was absolutely rapid in practice, rapid in qualifying, and he's really taken the bull by the horns here on his opening stint of round 1. Further down the grid we go. Michael Jensen in the car number 30, another of our CD Motorsport bronze class car, second in class right now, lapping well in the 2:01s, rounds out the top 10. A bit further down, a few stories we've had in the opening half of this race, none more so than car number 8, started so well for David Drew and Alex Corny. Joseph Quentin now behind the wheel, their bronze driver, that was started in just the most perfect way with Drew was flying, but they had a tactical difference to the rest of the teams in the field, putting their gold driver out first to get that advantage. Naturally it was going to come back, but they did suffer some bad luck along the way as well, having one off, which cost them a little bit of time, which meant so much in the terms of the leaderboard. If you've just joined us, a very warm welcome. It is 8:45 local time on the south of France. It's been a very warm day, 21 degrees we hit at around about midday. It was 13 first thing this morning. And as the darkness sets in, the temperature will drop, the track temps will drop, and conditions will just change ever so slightly. But there seems to be no stopping the pace of Wiesenberger in second, hunting down Nicolas Prost, the platinum driver, the only platinum driver in the field. The only other one that comes close is Matthias Besch, the DE Motorsports Autosport 21 car, formerly Platinum, now Gold driver. The pit stops, the mandatory handicaps, they vary from team to team depending on your driver composition. For example, only bronze drivers, which 6 cars do, no penalties at all. Just go in and serve the standard time, off you go. Change drivers. Those that have to stand still for a bit, anything from bronze and something above, so a bronze and a silver in a 2 are 31-second penalties. If you're in a 3 driver with a bronze, silver and a gold, 40-second penalty. If you've got 3, 59. So anything up to just under a minute of penalties across the board. And your driver composition also determines how much time each driver can spend in the car. So let's just pick one at random. The first one in front of me, car number 28. Now let's go 27, the 23 events racing team. A bronze and a silver would mean the bronzes must spend a minimum of 2 hours 15 in the car, and the silver minimum of 1 hour 15. But the one that we've been sort of telling the story of, our leaders in the 154 with bronze, silver and gold, it was Erwin Creed had to spend a minimum of 2 hours 15. He actually spent 2 hours 30 in the car, and then a minimum or a max of 1 hour 30 for golds and platinum. So Prost has been in the car just coming up to 1 hour. So he will make way after a maximum of 1 hour 37, but don't want to cut it too fine. Which means Sebastian Alvarez, in his own right, a quick silver driver, will spend the last hour and 40 in the car. Quick math, does that work? So I do hope you've been enjoying all of the coverage today, not just the Endurance Prototype Cup. We had the qualifying earlier for this at 9:45 this morning. We've also seen some legends on track first thing at 8:30, when we had the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup at 11 AM, at the Hoosier Formula Cup Race 3 for them. They had 2 races yesterday. TCR Spain, some more legends. The qualifying for tomorrow's Kennel GT Endurance Cup. That's from race starts 1 PM tomorrow. If you want to catch up on that, it's a 4-hour race for them tomorrow lunchtime. So both the Endurance Prototypes and the Kennel GT Endurance both have 6 rounds. They all race together every single of the 6-round weekends, or more than a weekend. It's Thursday practice, Friday private practice 2. So a 4-day weekend, 2 for us, 4 for them. 2 6-hour races across the 6 rounds and 4 4-hour races. And they split. You never see 2 6-hour races on the same weekend, so they sort of dovetail. EU, all the information you could wish for is on there. But all 4 of the series that are officially under the Ultimate Cup, the Clios and the Legends and TCR Spain, aren't officially Ultimate Cup competitions, but they naturally fall upon many of the same weekends as our headlining event series. After Paul Ricard or Le Castellet, the castle, we move to Magny-Cours at the end of May, so just over a month away. We have the summer off for June, come back in July at Mugello in Italy for round 3, Spa-Francorchamps at the middle of September for round 4, and Spain, Navarra will host the penultimate round at the end of October. And then Portimao, which was originally the start of November, is now the end of November. And that will be our curtain raiser, or curtain lowerer, I should say, on the 6-round series. Other really useful sites you can use if you want to do a little bit more research. If you want to just watch along, or maybe you're interested in taking part, this is plenty of gentleman racers involved in these series. One of the best places to go, either on Facebook or Instagram, just go on the Ultimate Cup Series handles. You'll find them in there. And as I've been wandering through social media and websites for you, Nicolas Prost came into the pits, which means Paco Wiesenberger is our new leader in the car number 6. This is the first time that they've led this race. Adrian Chiller got them really close early on. I don't think he led, though. Also got Ian Aguilera to drive in that car. But Paco Wiesenberger, this is not a surprise. He is lapping so quickly, and he will only move in one direction, which is further away than Nicolas Prost, who has actually set his best lap of 1:59.866 just in the last few. The question now is, how far behind will he be? Wiesenberger, oh, it's going to be... Well, Wiesenberger is just coming into turn number 11. That's him right there. Behind him is the car number 9, but they're not in competition with each other. 9 is Sebastian Page in the bronze competition for Graf Racing. Just happen to be on track near each other. So Nicolas Prost is, wow, 1:31 down. That is 3/4 of a lap. So there is your leader, Paco Wiesenberger, behind the wheel, the silver driver, and by a distance, the quickest man on track all weekend, relentlessly. I don't even think he knows where the brake is. Now, Philippe Theron for Kojimo Racing, lying third in the 555. They are the only team left that have only had 3 pit stops, and we are about 60% of the way through this race. So they will feel the pain of that over the rest of the second half of these 6 hours. It probably won't be enough to budge them down towards... I say that, Gregory Survey in the 70, that's the Zosh Naif car, their first season here. They are 2 laps down, but they've served 3 more mandatory stops. It could be a fairly exciting end to the Bronze Cup, or maybe... I mean, there's no penalties, of course, for the bronze car, so there's no gain there. But 3 stops, it's going to be at least a minute and a half, maybe more. We shall see, we shall see. I'm trying my best to create drama, can you tell? Wiesenberger, quicker again by 2 seconds over Prost on lap number 95, and he's into the pits. Is he? Yes, he is. Hard to tell in the dark, but Paco Wiesenberger comes into the pits. I feel like he might stay in the car. And this is... No, he's gone refueling. So that is the gap they go down to refuel. So this is not one of the mandatory stops where they serve penalties or change drivers. He has gone to refuel the motor. So that is going to cost him about a minute or more. Now, a full tank, which is, I think, is it 100 litres? Yeah, 100-litre tank, and a full tank will get you about 65 minutes of racing. 65 minutes for a fuel tank, for a full fuel tank. Got it wrong, we got it right at the same time. That's a lovely move from the inside then to the outside. Didn't quite recognise the headlights of those cars, but they are going down. Oh, it was an overtake on the 30, so it was overtake was on Michael Jensen, and it was by Michael Jensen was overtaken. He was number 30. Oh, number 8. Oh, it was Quentin Joseph. Or Joseph, the Swiss driver. Running in 28. So those cars nowhere near each other on the leaderboard, like laps apart. Oh, is that somebody off, or is it a service vehicle? It must be a car off. Yeah, there is a yellow flag in sector number 3. And has that gone face first into the wall? I don't see... oh, there is, yeah, you just see tyre tracks. Is that a bit of a spin, then a turn to the right before going in? Definitely some tyre tracks. There might be old, of course, but it seems to be going in the right direction. Let's have a little look here. And that is just an absolutely straight off. That's an odd one. That might be sort of, that's a failure of something. Maybe steering failure by the looks of things. There was no, not saying there's no attempt to turn, but the car wasn't going in any other direction than straight into that barrier. So yeah, a steering shaft problem. Oh, that's a nice move. That's a very, very wide turn by the overtaken car. Again, these are so hard to see the numbers now. Forgive me for not calling out who's who. But that would have been, it was, oh, that was a bronze competition. That was the 555 Kojimo Racing on the number 9 of Graf Race competition. The reason I can sometimes tell these, I've got another map in front of me, which is the map track, and it gives the numbers, all the cars have got on their numbers, so you can just about pick them out sometimes. And in fact, on track right now, 3 bronze cars in a row. So that is, what you're seeing right there is the 555 Kojimo Racing, then the number 9 of Graf Racing, and behind them is the number 30, also a bronze car, the CD Sport number 30. Well, I can't see a thing there, can you? I know it's the start-finish straight. Still got a yellow flag in sector 3, so that car, I mean, it's not showing its tracker is still stationary, but something's preventing us going racing in sector 3. Absolutely ton of cars now in the pits. I know we're looking at 1, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cars in the pits right now, including our leader. Both our leaders, Nicolas Prost and Paco Wiesenberger, both into the pits. Philippe Theron temporarily takes the lead of the race in the 555, but that will change in a moment when Prost comes back out. Wiesenberger on his outlap, so he will retain the lead of the race. 5 pit stops down. Theron on 4, and Nicolas Prost now on 5. Indication of park your car here. Is that 66 on that little board? I think it was. If so, that's... oh no, 66 are out, aren't they? They... yeah, they had the smoke issue, let's call it, earlier. Right, so... you tell me, 9 of the top 11 cars are in the pits or on their outlap right now. So I can't tell you much. Ignore what's on your screen on the left-hand side. There might be some changing of that in a second. So we are now, you will see often on the half hour, because a lot of the compulsory times to spend out racing are something an hour. You will see on the half hour the majority of changes taking place. And whilst there's a yellow sector, maybe save a bit more time as well if you've got a bronze driver out potentially. So Paco Wiesenberger just momentarily down to 5th position, but that will jump back and forth. And he has retained the car. I thought he would. Nicolas Prost on his outlap. Of course, refueling to come in between as well. Looks like Nicholas Tailman in the number 7 is legitimately ahead of Wiesenberger at the moment, having served one less pit stop. Alim Geshev in the number 1, the reigning team champs for 23 events racing, move to number 7th position. They've been knocking on the top 10 all day, haven't they? Pretty consistent racing. Lucas Tailman, temporarily, for the time being, is your race leader in car number 7, the Extreme Limit new team. Victor Bernier tore that car around earlier, didn't they? Absolutely flew it early doors. And they've been probably in every position between 1 and 15, and they're back on top. That's the 154. Nicolas Prost in that car on his outlap. Well, I say he's on his outlap. There's someone in that car on their outlap. I won't tell you if it's Nicolas Prost until they cross the start-finish line at the conclusion of the outlap. It is Nicolas Prost remaining in seat. 52 seconds behind our leaders. Extreme Limit Racing car number 7. 7 have got... is that a silver team? So there will be handicap penalties. You know, 4 calculators to keep working this one out. That's why we love it. You never quite know until the very end, until the last changeovers have taken place. Don't try and predict anything. So we will now see Wiesenberger will jump back up to 3rd place ahead of the bronze car 555. I should say 555 is quicker than saying the 555. 555, same syllables. Because Philippe Theron is in the pits, and that massive pit stop window, surge of cars jumping into the pits has ended. Only about 4 in there now. So I'm just waiting for Wiesenberger to jump ahead of Theron, which should happen any second. Oh, well, Wiesenberger's coming around. We've still got yellow sector in sector 3. I can't imagine why that is, because that car would have been picked up fairly quickly, I imagine. Oh, I like that blue on the back. That looks nice in the night time, doesn't it, under the lights? I mean, we've still got 30 cars on track. Oh, full course yellow. A full course yellow. Okay. I wonder what's happened. So they'll stay in position. There'll be no overtaking. Here we go. To the rescue. So that car that came off, was it turn 11, wasn't it? Yeah, it's still there. Wow. So we get a little bit of a breather, as do our racers. And, well, Philippe Theron is benefiting because he's in the pits right now, so losing a little bit less time than he would at a full racing speed. So the top 3 as they stand: Lucas Tailman in the Extreme Limit number 7 car, Nicolas Prost in the Kojimo Racing, and Pekon Wiesenberger is in the number 6 ANS Motorsport. And he is, well, Prost is 51 seconds back of Lucas Tailman, and he is 18 seconds ahead of Pekon Wiesenberger. But Wiesenberger has been lapping, objectively, 2 seconds a lap quicker for the last 25 laps. So that will likely come down and down and down. Now, is anyone going to be naughty and try and just get a little bit closer than they should under the yellow flags? It shouldn't do. And our leaders are now on lap 100 of this race. Okay, now we're just down to third sector, I think. Well, that full course yellow is still flashing, but on our timing screens it just says sector 3. We know sector 3 is where the incident is. Yeah, full course yellows for the time being. We've not quite yet gone quicker than any qualifying times. We've gone very, very close. The Zosh J4R team, average time was 1:57.503. The average time was 1:57.503. And our fastest time in race, 1:57.794 for Pacom Wiesenberger. So this shouldn't last too long. That truck should be able to put it on the back of that car and put the car on the back of the truck. We don't want to put a truck on the back of a car. 5 minutes, maybe? 5? Oh, that doesn't look very healthy, does it? So the car 70, that is the Zosch Nauf, who were going, at one point, all right. One of our new teams this year in that car was Gregory Servais and Xavier Nauf, part owner of that team. I was sure they had. I thought they had two cars. They kind of do. They've got the Zosch J4R Project 24 car, which must be associated with Zosch Nauf, surely. Yeah, because it did say they had two teams this year. So we will remain on full course yellows until we see that vehicle make its way safely off the circuit. Just the last embers of light in the air above Paul Ricard. A little bit of orange up there. It's 9:09 local time. And there are just about enough lights around the circuit to make it. I thought we might be able to we might be really struggling with the numbers. But we can just about work out what's going on with a couple of secret maps that I've got access to as well. Not had too much to do today, the stewards at Paul Ricard, other than enjoy the racing. Although there was one, oh my goodness, in the Hoosier Race 3 earlier today. Not very often you see open-wheeled racing car flip over, and it flipped over about 3 times. Race number 3, check it out if you didn't see it. Driver got out absolutely fine. Amazing, those cars are built to survive and protect drivers in those kinds of accidents. But I can't remember the last time I saw a Formula car cartwheeling. Pretty scary at the time. And they are away. And the Zosch Nauf car, which started on 16th on the grid, which was the highest qualifier of all of the bronze cars, will end the day with less dignity than it started, sadly. Not the way you want to end your weekend. They would have had high hopes after qualifying. We are back racing again. Car 70 is being cleared, which brings us to 29 cars left on track, which isn't too bad. We start with 35. We're approaching 4 hours. Pretty good rate of maintenance. Paco Wiesenberger immediately bridging the gap to Nicolas Prost in second position. Wiesenberger in the car number 6, running third. Lucas Tailman still with a 1 minute 25 advantage at the front, having served one less mandatory pit stop. And up to fourth position, or pitting in now, Loris Kybers. First time he's been on track in the car 777. I didn't even have Loris Kybers as a driver for the car 777. In fact, when the initial entry list was created, the only driver they had was Alexandre Lafourcade. Hence why I had no notes on Kybers. Well, he's now in the car, although pitted pretty quickly, so I think that's going to be a quick refuel and then straight out again. And Lucas Tailman is in the pits. Now, we can't quite tell, unless we visually see them go through the arch between the garages, whether they're coming in for a driver stop or a refueling stop. We can try and work it out by the time they spend in. So Nicolas Prost will move back into first position from whence he came. And Paco Wiesenberger will close the gap to... Oh, the gap's open. Oh, he went in for a refuel as well. There's, oh no, 7 seconds. So many numbers to look at here. Coming into the pits, that's Romano Ricci, bronze driver in the number 13 for Switch Racing. Not mentioned them too much so far, but making their way up the field. So the gap 7 seconds between Wiesenberger and Prost, is second and third. That will become first. On the last lap, although it was part yellow. Wiesenberger's quicker than Nicolas Prost. William Vermont moves up to fourth. Of Kybers, Jimmy. Now they've been bouncing around that top 10 all afternoon and evening, haven't they? Now in 6th position, having served more mandatory stops than all of the top 4. Gashev now up to 5th. This is looking good for them. Only 20 seconds down on the cars in front. And they've all got to serve one more stop. That's an interesting scenario, despite having over a third of this race. And confirmation of Nicolas Prost taking the lead. And immediately, he'll come into the pit lane as well. So, Paco Wiesenberger in just a few moments will be your leader. It's with so many mandatory stops and headlights in your face like that and refuels, we are quite simply oftentimes going by the timing board and the map track. The map tracker, and trying to piece things together. So Nicolas Prost in the pits. Paco Wiesenberger is again your leader. Nicolas Tailman on his outlap down to third. That might become, should stay third, might become fourth, should stay there. Out of William Vermont and Alim Geshev. Geshev does move up to fourth position with Lucas Tailman on his outlap. Only 20 seconds behind a podium position now for the 23 Events Racing team. Reigning team champs. And they've got a pit stop in the bank as well. So that, they could potentially be in second. Mathematics, come on. 57 seconds, 21, 21, 20. See how this one plays out. Lots of teams, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 going into the pits, 4 on their way out. Håkon Wiesenberger becomes your leader on track, and this is where it gets painful for Kojima Racing, because their penalties are so big, having such a powerful team, and they'll just jump from first to second to third to first on these penalties. Currently they're going to be second on their way out. It's going to drop even further than that though. I know it says second on the timing board there, on the leaderboard. That's not going to be the case at all. I think William Vermont, I think Alim Geshev is going to move into second. I think even Philippe Thurion in sixth may jump ahead of Nicolas Prost. And then it's a matter of who's in the car. I still think you'll be Nicolas Prost in the car. And then Sebastian Alvarez will take over stint number 3. Yeah, Alim Geshev into third. The 23 Events Racing. William Vermont into second for SKR Performance by Graf. Now on his outlap, Nicolas. Must be hard to just sit there for 60 seconds. All that work. Tick it away. There's the view of your leader, Wiesenberger. Been rapid every single day. He's been on top. So Nicolas Prost is going to hold on to fourth place, I think. Lucas Tailman on his outlap. Wiesenberger now leads by 57 seconds. No, Prost down to fifth, in fact, sixth. Oh dear. So all that gain, have to do it again. Coming in is 154 Kojima Racing. So that will be a pit in. That's then going for the refuel. They'll go down the garage. Oh, they did the garage first, okay. And that looks like a driver change to me. So will that be Sebastian Alvarez? It's got to be, yeah. But Over 2 hours remaining. And Alvarez can only do a maximum of 2 hours. So maybe Prost will come back in for the last half an hour. We'll see. But this will drop them right down the leaderboard now. I'll go from first down to the, hang on to the top 10. As Wiesenberger comes in too for the number 6. Will this be driver change or will it be a refuel? So you effectively make, over the course of the race, 11 pit stops, maybe 12, if things go well. 6 driver changes, and probably 5 refuels, if not 6. The way Wiesenberger's driving, I wouldn't be surprised if it was 6. So this will possibly see we'll move up to second, Alim Gashev into first, second. Teammate's car coming behind them. Oh no, different team. Up on the hydraulics, driver comes out, next goes in. One away, and they'll move on to the second. Yes, they are, yeah. Flashy, flashy. So who's in the car then? It was Nicolas Prost. We'll find out in a moment when he crosses the start-finish line at the end of this lap. But I'm sure it was the driver change. Certain of that. See, the seat fitting came out. It is Sebastian Alvarez. For the first time this evening, we see driver number 3 for Kojamo Racing. Alvarez, a rapid driver and well established, so should be able to take the wheels of that pretty quickly and just carry on as you were, as if it was Nicolas Prost, or even Erwin Creed, the bronze driver, who did so well for the first 2 hours and I think it was 2 hours 25 minutes. The question mark is, though, Alvarez can drive a maximum of 2 hours, and there's 2 hours 5 remaining when he jumped in that car. The official time, the official driver time, starts when they get on track and ends when they enter the pit lane. All the time in the pits doesn't count towards driver time. So if he's in the pits during a couple of pit stops, that might eat up 2 or 3 minutes. They might have timed this to absolute perfection. Back on Wiesenberger on the out lap. I don't think it will be back on Wiesenberger. I think that might be now Ian Aguilera. So for the time being, William Vermont leads for SKR Performance by Graph. Alim Gashev has come back into the pits. I think that's 3 pit stops in the last 20 minutes, isn't it? So 1 driver change. No, it wasn't, yeah, because it went from James Winslow did a middle section of about an hour, I think. So they only drive 3 hours each. It's a 2-man driver team. So what's the tactic there? Because I'm sure they've done a refuel because they came in twice already. Maybe they might just be eating up the mandatory stops. Might be as simple as that. Because they are one of the very few teams now with 7 stops in the top 10. This might be a tactical masterclass. They should know. Last year, won at Paul Ricard in round 6. Last year, Paul Ricard was round 1 and 6. This season, we only visit once for round 1. As we end the season at Portimao. But there's only 2 visits to France this year. Magny-Cours in round 2, and Italy, Belgium, Spain, Portugal. There's your season. Your 6 holidays for the drivers this year. Now, Enzo Caldares in the 95. We've barely said Team 95 today. The Seizelcom racing team only started competing in 2024 and then made their debut in 2025 of Gwen Delamere, Enzo Caldares and Romain Becker, a bronze, silver, silver team. They are now in 3rd position. And in the car, Caldares, only 19 years of age. He has competed in the 2025 Ligier European Series. He won on debut in Barcelona, but he's not done the last couple of rounds. This was 2025. And then 2024 did French F4, podium finisher in his first year of car racing. Of course, moved up from kart, so very promising driver in the SRT car. Now it's proper night time, isn't it? Coming up to the 4-hour mark. Change of tyres. Each team has 2 sets of tyres, or 8 tyres. Or no, 3. Because I know James Winslow told me earlier that they'd only used 1 set in qualifying, so saved 2 sets for the race. So it's still Gashev in that car, number 1. After that, I'm sure it was a refuel stop. Only dropped them to 5th place, though. William Vermont, leader on track, is pitting, as is Enzo Caldares. So he'll have been a driver change and then a refuel as well. So they'll be fairly quick, those stops. And they should both come back out in the driver's seats. Further down, the bronzes are just being nudged down slightly. They've been so high up the leaderboard all afternoon and evening. Michael Jensen in the 30, a CD Sport bronze car, leading Sebastian Morales in the Kojimo Racing bronze in 6th. And Wiesenberger continues to be the only driver lapping sub 2 minutes. He does it every single time. No one else can do it once. I say that, Gashev has had a 1:59, so forgive me. In fact, a few have. Nobody's gone sub 1:58, I'll say, or sub 1:59, other than Paco Wiesenberger. And he's doing it a lot. And with William Vermont in the pits, we'll continue the yo-yo. The game of yo-yo we're playing, where Wiesenberger will go back to the number 1 spot, but he's had 1 less pit stop than Caldares, Jensen and Geshev. So that will bounce back and forth. We're waiting to see a revival of fortune, well, not fortune, from Sebastian Alvarez in the 154, who have led via Nicolas Prost for, what, sort of 25 of the last 50 laps, there or thereabouts. We're on lap 110 now, for those counting. And it's time to look at some of our highlights. Let's go right back to the very start of the day in case you're just joining us. On the front row was Robin for the 77, the Zosh J4R, and it was Chila in the number 6, who currently lead, by the way. There's been so much going on, spins and turns and fire and smoke and yellow flags and full course yellows, but in between it all, some drivers have absolutely shone. Early on, David Drew for the Graf racing car number 8, but they suffered some misfortunes, some accidents, or not accidents, but moments on track late on, which caused them to have 3 pit stops in very short succession, knocked them right down the track. Other standout drivers, Victor Bernie led for So in the car number 7 for Libby on track for his second stint, running in 8th position in that car number 7. Elsewhere in the 154, greatest stint of the early session, Erwin Creed did 2 hours 20 minutes as a bronze driver for Kojomo Racing and led for pretty much all of it, or at least the second hour, before handing over to Nicolas Prost, the platinum driver. But their penalties are just so high, it's difficult for them to maintain that position, and it's been yo-yoing back and forth all afternoon long. Outside that, in the number 6, let's give a great mention to Pat von Wiesenberger. In great stint early, with Pat von Wiesenberger, the youngster in the car around that course. There has been offs, there has been spins, there has been twists and turns. You'll see in a moment. We've had, particularly turn number 11, well, that was number 3, that little spin, but turn number 11's been a little bit tricky for drivers. Some going forward, some going backwards, or spinning back. Almost a fireworks show, but they quickly left the track. D Sport qualifying in 18th place. They'd made up some places before that happened. And as well as fire, we had plenty of smoke. Who in the car number 99, Thorn in the drive. They started about a lap behind everybody else, but the pace was on fire. It wasn't. Plenty of smoke from the car number 66. That was the vehicle, and eventually they had some oil on the floor. Then we entered the night time, and Wiesenberger came to life, and he has been lapping consistently sub 2 minutes more than anybody else. The youngster is absolutely flying. The headlights came on. Nicolas Prost changed over for his fellow driver. They lost 5 or 6 places. Sebastian Alvarez was the name I was looking for. He's now on track in 9th position, but they do see driver penalties for having a gold and a platinum driver in their lineup. But things are starting to even out. The story is starting to be told. We are still just under 2 hours remaining of this race. Things are still to pan out. We are fully into the night time. We are watching headlights and timing screens and trying to tell you the story as we delve towards an 11:30 estimated finish in Paul Ricard. But Pat von Wiesenberger in the car number 6 leads the way, and he is lighting up the track despite the darkness. So we begin to enter our final 2 hours of racing, or just under 2 hours in fact. We are 1 hour 53, let's say, racing remaining. 6 mandatory pit stops and mandatory refueling as well, at least 5 of those. Some of our fantastic partners at the European Endurance Prototype Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series weekend, round 1 here at Paul Ricard. First of 6 rounds in this season. Now, whilst we've been away, not too many changes. At the top, still the young star, Håkan Wiesenberger, still lapping sub 2 minutes into second place. Last year's bronze champions, Sebastian Morales piloting the Codimo racing car, and in third place, Victor Bernier back at the wheel. He was so good earlier on today, and he's back holding the steering wheel for the car number 7, which is their Extreme Limits, a new team this year. Next up, 777, not said their name too many times, but Lamo Racing have come from nowhere to be in the top 4 with Loris Kuipers before Romain Beckler for SRT and Sebastian Alvarez in the 1-5 positions, which they lost through those penalty pit stops. And his teammate, initially Erwin Creed, so strong early doors, hands over to Nicolas Prost, the platinum driver for the middle section. And now Sebastian Alvarez might be taking them all the way to the end of this race. 2 hours pretty much each, these drivers. A couple of changes further down the order. We've lost 5 cars through the course of the first 4.5 hours. Well, coming up towards 4.5 hours. And Wiesenberger has made his way into the pits. That is not him, but he is in the pits right now, our leader, which might mean in a moment we have a bronze car leading the overall race, even if it's only temporarily. So are we going to see a change of driver, or is Wiesenberger going to stay in that seat? I think we might see Ian Aguilera take over for the last 1 hour 45 minutes. Himself, a young silver driver. Jamie Winslow back at the wheel of the number 1, Reading team champions. Taking over from Alan Geshev. That's the 28 of CD Sport, making their way into the pits. Currently lying in 27th position, Jeremy Clavard at the wheel. See the CD Sport garage, got all their lights on. And it is Ian Aguilera who takes, for the first time, control of the number 6 car. So Ian is going to go, I'm certain, all the way to the end now. He's on his pit out, but it was a 3-minute lead they had, 3 minutes 6 seconds lead over second place Victor Bernier. So pretty impressive from the car number 6. They were front row of the grid. It was Adrian Chiller who sent them off on their way. Did drop a few places, never outside the top 10, I don't recall. Then chipped away with Victor Wiesenberger for what felt like 2 hours. That was a big old stint by Wiesenberger, and now Ian Aguilera will likely take them home. Aguilera has come out in front. What's the time difference gonna be? Victor Bernier's not come over. Here he comes, around turn number 15. Unless he goes into the pits, which he hasn't. So Victor Bernier crossing the line now. And the difference is going to be behind first position, 1 minute 11 seconds. And I'm afraid to say they showed one less pit stop than our leaders. So the car number 6 of A&S Motorsport looking absolutely fantastic on top, and served more pit stops than those in second, third and fourth position. And it is a great race, in fact, for third, fourth, fifth. There's only 7 seconds between the 555 bronze car of Sébastien Morales, 777 of Loris Kybers, and the 95 of Romain Beckler. They are properly racing for track position. And they are just coming up to the chicane right now. So this is the race for third, fourth and fifth. Morales, Kyburn and Beckler. We don't often get this 4 and a bit hours into a race, direct racing, but they actually are. Usually little trios of racers are nowhere near on the leaderboard. In fact, there's plenty of cars bunched together. Also coming up the Mistral Straight are the bronze cars of 30 and 500. But they are not, there's laps between them actually, 2 laps between them. So I think the, oh, we've got a yellow flag in sector 3 again. We've had loads of those, haven't we? Oh, and in sector 2. As we go green for sector 3 and green. Well, that was a lot of fuss about nothing. Within 5 seconds, yellow flags for sector 3 and 2, and they both become green again. I thought that was off for a second. Well, it's a bit bumpy, doesn't it? Oh, Jamie Winslow comes back into the pits. He's only just got in that car, so that must be a refuel. And they're on 9 pit stops, 2 more than anybody else. Much like Emmanuel Piguet in the 30. And that's a bronze car, but that bodes well for the reigning champions. 2 more pit stops than anybody in the field. So it's painful now, but that will benefit them soon. When in the next hour and 40, I don't know, but soon. The 23 events racing team will drop down outside the top 10. There's a couple of cars within 40 seconds of them. And your leader is going to get some traffic now. So this set of headlights that we're seeing right now, first of all, that's the 555, the bronze leading car. And at the back of this group of, what, 4 or 5 cars is your leader, Ian Aguilera. You just have to trust me on that. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars to get through in traffic. I mean, his lead is healthy. Victor Bernier is on the opposite side of the track, just coming over the start-finish line. So he's got a lead of around about a minute. It's 1 minute 12, in fact. But in the dark, just causes a little bit more jeopardy. Not that you think it the way these guys are racing. Romain Beckler will pit from 3rd position in the car 95, the SRT. Maybe Aguilera just hope a couple of these cars might pit, which they do not. So this back of this pit straight. Well, that's the 154 coming through your screen now of Sebastian Alvarez. The long-time leaders, courtesy of Erwin Creed and Nicolas Prost, making their way back up the field. Lapping in the sub 2 minutes, in fact, 1:59 on that last one for Alvarez. One of only 2 men in the top 20 to go sub 2 minutes on their previous lap. Doing no harm at all. 10 seconds back from 5th place, Sebastian Morales, the bronze driver. It's much easier when they're driving away from you, isn't it? Or across the screen. Not a sausage when they're coming towards you. So going through the chicane, or just gone through the chicane, our leader, Ian Aguilera, looks to be right on the back. In fact, gone past 2 of those 4 back markers they had up against him. Still 2 bronze cars in front. Coming towards you now. That was the 68 going through of M Racing. Behind them, the 386 of Kojimo Racing and the 23. It's 23 Events Racing, sister team to the #1 car. The lead is standing still at 1 minute 12 seconds, no change for a few laps. Sebastian Alvarez up into 5th place, courtesy of Romain Beckler in the 95, pitting for SRT. Car number 22 has got a 50-second stop-and-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Uh, 22. Is that the second time they've got a penalty? It's Jens Pettersson, currently running in 22nd place, 50-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and that will not count as one of their mandatory stops either. It's a stop-and-go. Actually, they might be able to do it at the end of the pit lane. I might be wrong there. I'll take that on the chin if that's incorrect. Lead at the front grows to 1:14. What you want to do is create a buffer of a handicap stop. But I'll remind you again, Ian Aguilera in the 6th leading. Their team have already served 1 more stop than the 3 teams behind them. So things looking very good. Still getting some green sector times, despite being on lap number 121. Marlon Hernandez has gone green in sector 1 and 2, sitting in 11th position. In car 13, the Switch Racing team car. And he's actually going really fast. Marlon Hernandez is flying. He's going to do 3 consecutive sub-2 minute laps. Now, Marlon was with the Kojimo team after narrowly missing out on the championship in 2024. It has shared a car with Nico Prost, actually, and Erwin Creed. So that kind of makes sense now. Only his 4th year of car race, just 21 years of age. It's a wild card in the Porsche Super Cup, racing at Spa. does have GT Endurance experience too. Yeah, he is going great guns. Keep your eye on Marlon Hernandez. He has really got hold of that car. And he is there. Well, they're a silver, they're a silver bronze team. I like this when you get 4.5 hours into a 6-hour race and you're seeing car numbers that you've not really mentioned because their tactics have been, no, we're going to come through at the end. Gap at the front is growing, 2 seconds per lap on average. And Aguilera really doing his team proud. Adrian Schiller and Paco Wiesenberger. You might actually say that Ian Aguilera is lapping potentially faster than Paco Wiesenberger, which I didn't think was possible. "90 minutes remaining and some spare change of round 1 of 6. The European Endurance Prototype Cup on the schedule tomorrow. Just looking forward. Legends cars from 8 AM local time, their 3rd race of the weekend. Also got the Clio Cup racing, their 2nd race. We have the Legends cars, their 4th and final race of the weekend. And we finish from 12:35 onwards. The starting grid will be performed. And 1 o'clock we race in the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. That will be a 4-hour endurance race. That will close out our round 1 Ultimate Cup weekend. That was 95, just squeezing through the SRT team. And then comes 13, the Switch Racing, and the bronze of Graf Racing behind. Make our way up to the top of the hill. Now, since the far point you can see the lights just above where it says circuit. That's the car in the distance to make their way down the straight. It's a 50-metre elevation climb from end to end. As they go around Scenes and Poisson, Bender and Village, 6-turn complex. Go back down the hill towards the start line. We are set high above in the mountains in the Mediterranean. Actually, one thing I've not done yet in this race, just give you a little bio of Paul Ricard. Let's take a little look, shall we? Opened on the 19th of April, 1970. One of the fastest and safest circuits in the world at the time of opening. And not too far from Marseille down the road. And the reason it's called Paul Ricard, that's where the money came from. And Paul Ricard made his money in pastis, which is an anise-flavoured spirit and aperitif, traditionally from France, containing 45% alcoholic volume. Crikey. It did host Formula 1 Grand Prix, French Grand Prix from, well, intermittently between 1971 and 2022. What's the capacity? 90,000. Wow. There has been 5 different layouts. I said earlier, the Mistral straight used to be a 2-kilometre straight, and then the turns 8 and 9, the chicane came in about 2/3 of the way down. And the circuit we're on now, I think is the, well, it's 5.9, so the original, oh no, the current layout with the Mistral chicane, yeah. 5.7 kilometres. It says 13 turns, but I can count 15, to be honest. But I'll go with what they say. Lap record 140 by Nick de Vries, set in an LMP2 car, the Aurus 01, back in 2020. 140. The track has been as short as 3.8 kilometres in different formations. I mean, there is a long and a short circuit. There's the short circuit. You cut out pretty much turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and do pretty much like the latter end of what we're racing now. But used for everything from formulas to LMP and everything in between, GTs, whatever. There's an aircraft landing strip suitable for private jets is amongst the circuit's facilities. There's also a karting test track, but it features the same type of abrasive safety zones as the car track. That's why we've seen so much bumping, as you'll have noticed. It's hosted the Paul Ricard 500k and a round of the FIA GT Championship. I'm sure it's done a lot more than that, but that's your information on the Paul Ricard circuit for today. Hope you've enjoyed. Capacity 90, that'll be more than that, I imagine, 90,000. That doesn't seem that much, does it? Yeah, because Silverstone is 165,000. Maybe there's not enough parking. Right, let's move away from that trip down motor circuit law. Leading, still no change. 122 the lead now for Ian Aguilera, with the mandatory stop in the bank as well. They've done 7, cars behind them have done 6. So it's looking really good. You've got to say it's looking fantastic right now for the A&S Motorsport team. There's big gaps, hence no changes. Victor Bernier, 1 minute 22 behind your leader in the Southern. That's the extreme limit car. They started, when did they start on the grid, the number 7? In 9th. Moved up to 2nd. And then in 3rd place, Loris Kybers in the Southern. Started 14th on the grid. We barely said their name. That's the Lamo racing car. 4th place, Sebastian Alvarez, climbing. That's the car he's sharing with Erwin Creed and Nicolas Prost, who led for a long time, but their penalties are so severe because the team's so good. Emmanuel Piguet is lapping sub 2 minutes. Keep your eye on the car number 30. That's the bronze car, and they are chasing down Oh, hang on, here's some information for you. So Emmanuel Piguet in the 30 as a CD Sport Bronze Cup car, all bronze drivers. They are in 7th position. In 5th, the number 555 car, currently piloted by Sebastian Morales. Piguet in the 30, they've already had 3 more pit stops than the 555. So you've got to say provisionally, Piguet and co are technically, come on, leading the bronze class at the minute. Because there's no more than a lap in this, and 3 pit stops. Although, I've got to remember myself, there's no penalties, is there? It's just a straight up sort of standard change. But 3 of those cost you at least a minute and a half, not more. Then you're refueling as well. And now, car number 30, they come in for their 10th pit stop of the race. They are the 2nd car, 3rd, to hit 10 pit stops. Some have still only had 6. One minute 21 to race at Paul Ricard, round 1. And it is a long season, only 6 rounds, but they go right through to November. So April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 8-month season. I have to do that on my fingers. And I got it wrong. Southern. It's been a long day. 7-month season. Just over it, 7 months and 1 week, because the again, that last round at Portimao has been moved back a few weeks from the start of November to the very end. Not many pit stops in the last half an hour, is there? Which gives us a chance for drop to put in some solid lap times back to back to back. Marlon Hernandez has pitted. He was the guy who moved up to 9th position in the Switch Racing car. He was flying too many sub-2-minute laps. And it might only be a sticker quicker than anybody else on the track, but they do stick out when you see the 159s. Sebastian Alvarez also in the 159s. Is there any actual racing for position on track at the moment? Let's have a look. Pretty chunky gaps between a lot of them. Oh, we've lost 7 cars now. Who else have we lost? We lost 7 cars. I think the last one we lost, oh, Jacques Wolf in the 71. Have they stopped entirely? The A&S Motorsport car? Yes, I think they have. Oh no, Louis, the 73 is still going. They are, Iglesias, they are. They are 44 laps down on the leader. Luis Iglesias in the 73, A&S Motorsport, but I think they're still going. So they've gone in, right, okay. Mentioned earlier, even if you finish the race, you get half a point, right? So if you don't finish, you get 0. Anything outside 10th position, they all get half a point. It's like a bonus reward for seeing it out. Despite your troubles, seeing it all out. And maybe that's what they're going for, because 73, he's definitely still going. Wow, 45 laps out. I'd say they're out of it, but going for that bonus half. And some driver experience, of course. It all counts. And it's the... Now, Louis Iglesias is in the tar. On the start sheet, all I had was the Gregoire Croulet and Frederic Croulet. 73 on the official start sheet. Oh, yeah, it was a TBC. And the TBC is Louis Iglesias. So all getting some laps in. And you know what? The experience of driving in the dark as well. You've not done that before. I mean, if you're an endurance racer, you probably have, but a lot of these will be their first time. But Louis is a silver driver, so I'll take that back immediately. Car number 7. Team manager report to the race director immediately. Oh no! They're running in second with Victor Bernier. What could that be? The only thing I can imagine, well, all the lights I think are on. Well, let's not speculate. Let's not cause drama that doesn't exist. Oh, hello. Neil Yanni has joined the party, and on his first lap lays down a 1:58 in the car 88. That's the Kojimo Racing team. Started 13th on the grid. Well, we might be about to get a late night party from Neil Yanni, platinum driver. He's so good. He's got his own wiki page. All the good ones do. I don't myself personally, of course. Oh, he's a year older than me. He's 42. Swish? Wait, he's swishing at the minute. Swiss professional racing driver. Winner of the 24-hour Le Mans in 2016 after joining the Porsche LMP1 Pregano LMPH for the 2014 season. World Endurance Championship. Drove for A1 Team Switzerland in the A1 Grand Prix. Remember that? Remember the A1 Grand Prix? Helping them win the 2007-8 title. He's done everything, hasn't he? So karting early doors, as they all do. Formula Renault V6, GP2, A1 Grand Prix, Championship Car World Series, Le Mans. He did that for 10 years, Le Mans, 10 years straight. A winner in 2016. Arguably the best driver here. And what can he do? He is 2 laps down. He's pretty much level on mandatory stops with Southern. A couple ahead are on 6. But we have barely said the number 8 car. It's been driven thus far by Nicolas Chartier, the bronze driver, and Nicolas Pino, silver South American driver in the European Le Mans Series. So things might be about to get interesting. And you might recall earlier, I think at one point the top 10 drivers were all bronze. Now there's only 1 bronze in the top 10. That is currently Sebastian Morales in the bronze car. We'd expect him to be, but maybe not that high up the leaderboard at the minute. Silver in Aguilera and Bernie at the top, as is Sebastian Alvarez. But Neil Yanni, there's only 2 platinum drivers on the grid, isn't there? Because Besh was platinum. Hello, Screechy Screechy. He was platinum, now downgraded to gold. Hang on, is that just the yellow? Looks like a crumpled car for a second. What is that? There's smoke coming off it. That's not a vehicle, is it? No, it can't be. There's a yellow flag at sector 3. Oh, just when you need some daylight. Well, there was a bit of screeching, and then there was some smoke, and then there was a yellow flag. Oh, the drive. Oh, it was a car. Why? Oh, because that is going to be a right old mess. Just sit there, contemplate your thoughts for a moment, and then that is a bit of a trek back to the pits, an awkward one as well. And jump on the back of some sort of moped if you can. I'm trying to work out what car it is too, because there's nothing stopped on track, unless it's the number 30, potentially. It is, I think it's the number 30, Emmanuel Piguet. And we're going to prepare for a full course yellow, and pit entry will be closed at 21:19 in 1 minute. Pit entry will close. You might see some diving if they've timed this perfectly. And straight onto a full course yellow. And that was, unfortunately, Emmanuel Piguet in the bronze, who were, I think they were odds-on favourite to take the bronze crown, because they were 3 or 4 pit stops ahead of the Kojimo Racing Team in 555. Well, that throws things out a little bit. And this is not great for Neil Yanni's time in the car. It's a little bit of time wasted under a full course yellow, so that's a bit of a blow for them. Do you know what? We could barely tell what that was. But again, another one that just goes straight in. So, a full course yellow, with a second one. A few of the cars did manage to jump into the pits very quickly. Now it's closed. And the leader managed. That is smart and fortunate. So the leader, Ian Aguilera, the team caught wind of that very, very quickly, and he must have just been coming around turns 14, 15, dives into the pit, and that is a proper win. Pitting under not quite a safety car, but full course yellows. You're running at sort of like half, 2/3 speed maybe. No, a bit more than that maybe. But that is very fortunate. And Victor Bernier did the same, as did Sean Rashid. How much of an impact does that have with, what have we got, 1 hour 10 to run? Safety car's out. It's safety car, isn't it? Or is that just a mix of yellow and also rear lights? No, there's no safety car sign. We're okay. So I reckon this might take 5-10 minutes, because that is fairly well implanted into the barrier. And a real shame for the CD Sport team, which were going so well. And that, despite something incredible happening, pretty much hands on a plate the bronze class win to the 555 of Kojimo Racing, even with an hour and a bit to go. They are head and shoulders ahead, 6 laps ahead of the next bronze cars, behind Emmanuel Piguet, who was only around 1 lap behind. So it would only be a technical problem now for the reigning champions in the bronze class not to claim a win here in round 1 at Paul Ricard. And 6 and 7, ANS Motorsport and Extreme Limit have just got some bonus time. Managed to pit just before the pit window, or the pit lane, closed. very, very fortunate. I think I'm tripping. What am I looking at? Oh, there we go, just come into focus. Full course yellows. And they just trundle around. This will eat up a few laps. We're officially on lap 133, or our leaders are. Some cars are still on lap in the race and on lap 121. No, lap 8. Louis Iglesias is on lap 88 and still racing. So they must have spent 2 minutes per lap, over an hour and a half in the pits before coming back out, fixing something. All the big ones we saw earlier, the 66 that was on fire, no, on the smoking, the 28 was on fire. The 28 rejoined. Jeremy Clavard. That was the one on fire, wasn't it? 28? Wow. Got it back on track. We won that half point. Several standout drivers thus far today. Just waiting to see the official gap between the top two, because at the moment it says like 4 minutes 12, but Aguilera is still on an outlap, so that's not caught up yet. That'll be a very slow outlap as well. He's only just going around turns 3, 4, 5. And we do have a safety car. I knew I saw yellows, but not the traditional safety car. I think that's just because they're still under full yellow course conditions, not officially safety car conditions. So this will not allow anybody to sort of bridge gaps and things. They'll maintain differences. So it like effectively a virtual safety car, I suppose. I don't actually see an SC on the map either. Generally, you see an SC on the safety car map. Oh, the safety car actually has just pulled into the pit, so maybe it wasn't a safety car. Just gone down the pit lane now. I'm not sure what's happening with our trackers, because loads of cars seem to have stopped at the end of the pit lane. This is probably a good time to show you some race highlights, because we might be here for 5 or 10 more minutes. So from the start of the afternoon, we kicked off, is it around about 5:30 this afternoon, 5 hours ago. And we've had it all. We've had some spins, some twists, some turns, some fire, some smoke, some pyrotechnics. And just most recently, a bit of a dive into one of the barriers. Leading the way was the car 77, led by Robin and his teammates DeForno and Alberto. They've fallen slightly down the pack, currently running in 9th position. But the standout team has been that of Chila, Aguilera and Wiesenberger. Every single one of their drivers has been absolutely phenomenal. They currently lead by 1 minute 30, and they've served one more pit stop time than anybody else in the top 5 as well. So looking fantastic for them. Again, we had the twists and turns, the little connections, nothing too dangerous. and all seem to have recovered. A couple have stopped. We had the fire show from the car number 28. That's the CD Motorsport, Jeremy Clovard, Novichov and Jensen. But remarkably, they went back to the pits, lost about 15 laps, then started again. So they've done wonderfully well. We also had smoke to join to the fight. We'll see that in just a moment. Some wonderful overtakes as we entered the dusky period of the evening. And then the lights came out mandatory, and it all went dark. And we've been commentating and speaking off the timing boards and the track maps for the last couple of hours or so. Notable mentions to Adrian Chillet in Aguilera and Paco Wiesenberger again in the 6, utterly flying. Elsewhere, Victor Bernier, honourable mention, and Lucas Thielmann in the number 7. They're currently in 4th position. They've held this race lead for at least 50 of the laps, I would say. Also doing remarkably well in the 154, as we expected. Erwin Creed led out the Kojimo Racing team for the first 2.5 hours. The bronze driver in that team was sensational. Handed over to Nicolas Prost, who held the lead for another hour and a half. Sebastian Alvarez, through no fault of his own, only because of the penalties, has dropped them down. But he's clawed his way back over the last hour up to 2nd position. And finally, the Kojimo Racing team of their bronze car, also running in 3rd in overall and leading the bronze classification. They did have competition from the car number 30 CD Sport, but not long ago they found themselves in the barrier, hence we have the full course yellows. A couple of cars did manage, very flukily you must say, to dive into the pits during the full course yellows just before the pit lane closed. That included your 2 leaders, the number 6 and the 154, who benefited massively from that. They now lead by 90 seconds and 3 minutes respectively ahead of 3rd place, the bronze car. But again, a couple of pit stops in the bank ahead of the likes of Morales in the 3rd position, 555, and Victor Bernier. I've also had 1 less than the race leader. It is looking really, really good for the car number 6, who started on the front row in 2nd position. They now occupy the top spot, P1. And we will see out this full course yellow right to the end. It'll take us to around about the hour mark, I think. Or we've just gone over an hour, haven't we? 60 minutes remaining. And you'd be a fool to say anything's decided yet. Yes, it looks fantastic, but it looks good for others. We've seen all sorts. A couple of full course yellows, but this was a slightly bigger one. When we first saw it in the wall, we weren't sure what it was. It did turn out to be, in the dark of Paul Ricard, a smoking engine in the barrier. Conveniently, right next to the yellow light box. Driver got out safely, that's the most important thing. It was Perrin in the car. Piquet in the car. And we're just now seeing these safety vehicles making that. Is there a car on the back of that, or is that an empty one? I think there's a car on the back of that. Yes, there is. There he goes. Just in front of another screen we've got. So we should be out racing in a couple of minutes, I believe. And then at the end of the race, we'll see our final classification. A few more highlights. We are still under officially full course yellows. I expect that to end in the next minute or so. Plenty of highlights to enjoy. Some real standout performances. Who ends up on top? We'll find out over the next 60 minutes. And there was the incident that caused this full course yellow.
name and I'll be there for you.
Welcome back to the last 54 minutes of racing round one of the European Endurance Prototype Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series weekend at Circuit Paul Ricard, south of France. It's been a beautiful day. We are now deep into the night. Your leader, Ian Aguilera, of the utterly impressive A&S Motorsport team of Adrian Chila, Paco Wiesenberger and Ian Aguilera. They have been almost unstoppable. They've got a 1:49 lead over the 154 car of the another stellar team lineup of Erwin Creed, Sebastian Alvarez and Nicolas Prost, who have been chasing them all day long. But they have been punished by their handicap times during pits, which are completely standard. They've just got a very, very good team, and that is the penalty. Third place at the moment, Sebastian Morales of the Codimo Racing 555 bronze team, before Victor Bernier rounds out your top four. But 3 minutes between first and third. Caveat as well, almost a guaranteed win for the Bronze Cup for the reigning champions in the 555 Codimo team. They've done 2 less pit stops than anybody else, but the reason we are under these full course yellows is because not long ago, the car number 30, piloted at the time by Emmanuel Piguet, the CD Sport bronze team, went into the barrier around the Sector 3 corners and was out of the race. They were running second bronze at the time, and they had 4 pit stops in hand as well. Their tactics were working perfectly until that incident, and the closest team in bronze to Codimo right now are 5 laps behind them. So all seems to be going well. The one big loser from this full course yellow is Neil Yanni and the team number 88. That is the another Codjamo Racing team. It was Nicolas Chartier and Nicolas Bino who were in the car before him. They saved the best for last in their platinum world-class driver, but he's spent the last, 5 laps under a full course safety car going at half speed. It couldn't have gone much worse for Neil Yanni. He'll be absolutely furious in that car, but maybe we'll see some electric racing coming up very shortly. So I imagine we'll be out of this full course yellow fairly shortly. The cars have bunched up, which they weren't really in that position, I believe, like 10 minutes ago, but hey, I'm not counting. Our leader is in completely clean air, just coming between turns 2 and 3 at the start of the course. And the 154 on track. Second place, Sebastian Alvarez. He is half a lap behind, just coming into turn 11 and 12 as Aguilera reaches the exact opposite end of the track. Now, the gaps that you'll see between these teams at the moment are a little bit distorted because they're going half speed. So there's probably, in reality, a minute between the top two as opposed to the 2 minutes that you'll see on the screen. And likewise back to Morales in the bronze car. But just say one more time, they've got at least 2 penalties to serve on the rest of the field. Won't matter. Do you know what? A top 3 for a bronze team would be wonderful, would be fantastic. We won't see it because they've got not time to serve, but even just going through the pits will cost them a little bit of time. So we're just having a little look now at where the incident took place, and you see a new tyre barrier being winched in. So that was a bit more significant than first thought. Yes, it hit the wall hard, but it didn't seem to do too much damage to the car. But then again, it's not my car, I would say that. And this now, if this was earlier, I wouldn't say it too much, but this is affecting the result of this race now, this full course yellow. Because the time that the faster drivers could have eaten up is reducing every single second. How many pit stops have we got left? Everybody's done well, other than everybody outside the top 10 has done at least 9 or 10. And only Jamie Winslow in the car number 1 inside the top 10 has done 9 so far. So they're at a slight advantage. And less than a second behind Paul Alberto in 9th. So the reigning team champions have still got a chance to have a very strong finish. What they'd call strong, well, last year in the championship, Ewan, what is a strong finish in this? Well, last year, only on one occasion did they finish outside the top 5. They had a first, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and a 16th at Mugello in round 2. They're actually going, technically, for back-to-back wins here at Paul Ricard, because they won the last race of the season, because last year in 2025, both the first and 6th round were here in the south of France. Not the case in 2026. We go to Portimao for round 6. And there's another change too, because we don't go to Aragon, which we did last year. Instead, we go to Navarra in Spain. And we go to Portimao in Portugal. Portimao, sorry, in the Algarve. We do go to Mugello. We also go to Magny Cours, which is round 2. It was round 5 last year, so just the one change. Swapping out a second round at Paul Ricard for a round at Portimao. Just to bring up speed on the points once again, 25 for the win, 18 for second, 15 for third. Just directly matches F1 point system, but the only change to that is that if you finish outside the top 10, just for finishing, you get half a bonus point. There's a real bunch of cars on the back straight coming up to the chicane. I'm just going to work out who would that possibly favour. I wouldn't, in the dark like this, I would not want to be in a bunch. There must be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 cars within about 10 seconds. Not racing for like leaderboard position, just track position. Team number 6, team manager, report to the stewards immediately. That's our leader, Ian Aguilera. Keep an eye on that. So we've burnt about 20 minutes of this race now. I thought it might be about 10, but it's clearly worse than I imagine others thought as well. In the next round of the championship, we'll have a 4-hour race, and the 6-hour race will be for the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. They've got a 4-hour race tomorrow, but there goes 6. So in the 6 rounds, both the prototypes and the GT Endurance Cup, they have 4 4-hour races and 2 6-hour races. So at Magny-Cours in May, the prototypes will revert to 4 hours, and the GT Endurance Cup will have their first of 6-hour races. The 2 races in the middle, Mugello and Spa, are all 4 hours. And then in Navarra, 6 hours for the GTs, and in Portimao, we end the season with a 6-hour race for the prototype. So the first and last rounds of the season. You haven't caught up with anything else racing this weekend so far. Of course, also got the GT Sprint Cup on our schedule. They had 2 races earlier this weekend, and the Hoosier Formula Cup, they had their 3rd and final race earlier on today. And not part of the Ultimate Cup series, but also on the schedule on the racetrack today. You had the Legends were racing. They've got races 3 and 4 tomorrow, 2 races Saturday, 2 races Sunday. And we also had TCR Spain. Sounds like cars are speeding up. So full course yellow has come to an end. I know you can still see that sign on your screen. Ends at 22, yeah, ends at 22:45. We're good, we're green flag racing, folks. Oh, please don't screech too much. We don't want another one. So we can see properly now. I can see clearly now the smoke has gone. What the difference in times is going to be, because it's been a bit misleading for the last 20 minutes, going at half speed. I'm excited to see what times Neil Liani can do. And does he have... No, he's in traffic, Neil Liani. He's behind at least 4 cars. This has not gone well for him. Neil Liani's gone in the pits. His start to this race for him has been a bit of a pit as well. That must be a refuel. That'll be a refuel and then go to the end of the race, surely. That'll be their last one, my prediction. Oh, Ian Aguilera's gone in the pits as well, our leader, number 6, as has Sebastian Alvarez. Okay, they're all going in. Victor Bernier's in, Sebastian Morales is on his way out. Alban Nagurti has gone in. Right, the pits is about to get very, very busy. 7 of the top 8 cars in the pits. So my working assumption is refuel, just see where they go. See where they go here. They should, I'm guessing, go through the little gap between the garages, refuel, take them to the end of the race. Away we go, no more pit stops, all mandatories done. Oh, the pit is absolutely heaving. And for those that have decided to stay out, it looks like a no driver change. And that is Sebastian Alvarez. So staying in the car. So that must be their last mandatory, and they're going to have at least. They must have another refuel, because otherwise they've been out in that car for. Well, not going at racing speed, so maybe that changes things actually. Maybe there's enough fuel in there for 41 minutes of racing. A full tank of 100 litres gives you 65 minutes of full pelt racing, but at half speed, well, probably, is it burning less than half? Or exactly half? Away he goes. There was a 1 minute lead. Deficit to Ian Aguilera, and a 1 minute lead over third place Sebastian Morales. Ian Aguilera pitted at the same time, so there should be no change at the top. And even if Morales in the 555 goes to the top, he's 2 pit stops down. And I wonder when they'll take them right at the end. I mean, last time I'll say it, they guaranteed the Bronze Cup win as long as they have 4 wheels on the tarmac at the end of the race, moving forward. So all those that went in on their pit out, other than Alban Nagurti, Neil Yanni down to 11th position on his out lap. I think everybody other than Sebastian Morales in the 555 have done all their mandatories now, because they're all on 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Jeremy Clavorn in the car number 28, that was the one that was on fire. They've had 15 pit stops. 15 pit stops! My goodness. Right. Let's see, finally, after I've mentioned this about 4 times, the actual differences between our top drivers. And a good fun for the Mexicans. They are currently in the top 1 and 2 positions with Aguilera and Alvarez. I've only just spotted that. Frenchman Morales in 3rd place. American Rashid in 4th. Again, that 777 just sneaking through. They've timed this really well, this race, the Labo Racing team. Winslow in the 23 events racing car is up to 5th position. Sebastian Morales is into 2nd temporarily, 47 seconds down. So this is the important one. Right, Alvarez, 55 seconds down on Ian Aguilera. That's what we need to know. That's the really important bit. Alvarez has had 1 less pit stop, but I think they've had all their maybe not mandatory, so 6 mandatory, maybe not, because I think if you're refuel, you must have to stop at least 10 times to get 6 mandatories, and then the fuel stops in as well. So don't be surprised to see all the cars come in again. And as I say that, there's every car from 7th down to 14th has come in at exactly the same time. So another wedge of cars. Now, of course, plenty of teams got 2 cars. You can't get all your cars in at the same time because you can't service them all, or it would make it a little bit tricky. So we've pretty much gone half and half. And yeah, Aguilera has gone in again. I would expect to see Alvarez pit again as well. So our race leader pitting for the 2nd time in 2 laps this my assumption is that this is the fuel going in, and then that might be it, or maybe one more quick one at the end. I just think there must be 11 stops. 6 mandatory, 5 fuels, unless they can get away with 4 because of not the safety car, the you know what I'm trying to say, full yellow lap flag jobby. So Sean Rashid has come in also, which will promote Jimmy Winslow for the time being up to 4th position. They've both done 9 now. Alvarez and Morales still on 8 pit stops. Aguilera on 10. Morales comes into the pits as expected. Just waiting for... in fact, Sebastian Alvarez has not come in. He's driven a straight past. Okay. This is trying to play 30 games of chess at once. Who's doing what, and when, and why? Approaching 11 p.m. local time. This is going to finish bang on the expected 11:30 or 11:25, 11:30. So Morales has on his pit out. Aguilera's on pit out lap. Sebastian Alvarez on the 154. Will he pit this time? He's just coming around turns 11 and 12. That's 73 driver change. A&S Motorsport. Looks like it, yeah. Jimmy Winslow is up into 4th position. This is like playing a game of chess, but you're thinking sort of 25 moves ahead, and then at the end you see it all come together if you've got it right. It's just a shame to see Neil Yanni down in 14th place, just because pure bad luck, to be honest. Would love to have seen him being flying through the grid. Not going to be the case, even with 35 minutes remaining. Far too much to do. And on the same pit stop numbers as pretty much all of those ahead of them. Refueling area is closed, so last refuelings have been done. So that was the rush. Hopefully everybody's got enough to get to the end. That's the calculation. That's the team. Oh, somebody in the team's job. Red flag! Red flag! Oh, hang on. Oh, what's happening now? Because Alvarez threw another stroke. Well, it might not be luck. It was yellow, it would be luck. But Alvarez has just pitted 2. Oh, I haven't spotted anything. Oh, there's number 6 has stopped at turn 1. Oh, well, that's it. Ian Aguilera. Car stopped at turn 1. Or is that, please tell me that's just receivers aren't working. I think it is, you know. He's the only car that isn't moving on track. No, not turn 1, it is turn number 5 in sector 1. Turn 5, just after the chicane. He'd just come out from either refueling on his out, no, it was just on his first lap after his out lap. Oh, the race leader, it was, oh no. So how's that car got there? Oh, we're in parc fermé conditions. Red flag, all cars in the fast lane, parc fermé condition. Oh no, Aguilera's moving again. Okay, it wasn't in Aguilera. Oh God. Sorry, folks. His receiver's now been picked up, and he's just on the Mistral straight. Don't do that to me. I don't understand what's happened, because that car seemed to be in a completely safe position. 31 minutes of racing remaining, plenty of time to get a red flag over and done with and continue this, imagine. Current positions, Ian Aguilera up into first place. Yeah, that was completely through, because the receiver stopped working, he started dropping down the timing board as well. But he's been replaced now. You'll see in a moment, you'll see number 6 on screen, Ian Aguilera in fourth place, in first. So that will switch in a moment. Sebastian Morales in second, Alvarez in the 154 in third, and Jamie Winslow up to fourth position. So we'll wait and see. We shall wait and see. All cars still running, making their way back to the pit straight. Parc fermé conditions, they will all stop. The cars will not be touched. And we will wait. The clock will continue to tick down. And I'm not sure what to make of this. I wish I could tell you more. A couple of cars out lap will make one more lap of the circuit, but under it's there, they're not going to lose or gain a lap. One of those is Sebastian Alvarez, just going through the chicane on the Mistral straight. Behind him is number 500. David Monclair currently lying second in the bronze category. And again, a couple of trackers have just decided to stop working. One of them is the 23. That is the 23 events racing. Should know that one straight away. Oh, it's picked up again now. I'm going to ignore those trackers for the moment, because they keep throwing me right off. There's those cars that were on their out laps in the pits, so legitimately going around to pick up the back. Now, on my timing screen, I'm seeing Ian Aguilera in first place. I know you're not. And now I'm doubting which one's right. So I believe that the reason the red flag has been brought out is because of a fuel pump problem in the refueling area. Now, we saw with 35 minutes to go that the refueling had ended. And that was not apparently due to just the window closing. It was an issue. So a fuel pump that's no longer working, and naturally need some fuel to finish these races. So I'm a bit concerned about this. I think if you can't refuel the car, then that removes the parity that we have for all the races, the access to do so. So if you're a car that is currently just happened to get a full tank of fuel before that incident happened, racing against one that was just due to come in because they're nearly empty in 2 laps' time, naturally you can't race like that. Everybody needs to have access to refueling as and when they need it. So this time we'll just tick away. Safety car, I can see on the map screen, is coming out, but that's kind of irrelevant because if you've got no fuel, you can't race under any car, can you? So we shall wait and see. I still don't know if Nicolas is in. I'm sure he must be in first, yeah. But there was also, and I couldn't pick up which car it was. That car that was seemed to be in one of the barriers, but I think that was just one of the ones that had previously dropped out the race, because it did look like no, the 66 made it back to the pits. That was okay. The 28 made it back to the pits. Did any cars stay out there when they had an accident earlier? I don't think so, but there clearly was one. So, 23 minutes to twiddle our thumbs and hope we get a little bit more racing and somebody's clever enough to fix that fuel pump in the refueling area. If not, if not, the problem we have is Ian Aguilera was on an outlap, as was Sebastian Morales. So, do we go back 1 lap? And I'm just speculating here. I am not in the important room where they make decisions with the officials and the clerk of the course. I'm just, I'm spitballing. But on everything I can see, it's Aguilera, Morales, Alvarez, Winslow. That's car 6, 555, 154, 1. Then 77 and 777. So even I'm cross-referencing the screen you can see. Oh, we've got a 5-minute ball. That's good. 5 minutes until race start. Imagine we'll have 1 lap under the safety car. Safety car comes in, then we go racing, which will be pretty much like a back to lap number 1 racing style, which has its own dangers, of course. You want to do this very safely. The biggest jeopardy of racing comes in the opening lap, and we're going to get it again with 20 minutes to run. It's exciting right to the bitter end, isn't it? We're going to get 15 minutes of racing. For some teams, this is perfect. For some, it's an absolute nightmare. If you're anywhere in the top 3 or 4, this is wonderful. If you're planning on the likes of Stick and Neil Yanni out there for the last hour and a half to claw back some time, that couldn't have gone any worse. be lap. I can hear an engine. I can hear several engines. This is good news. We will see an on-track conclusion to round one at Paul Ricard. And now you can see a number 6 on top of currently Ian Aguilera. His teammates Adrian Chiller and Paco Weissenberger will be watching closely. Now, the big question is, there's going to be teams with just 18 minutes to run who will need to still have a mandatory stop, still have to refuel. So it could be an utterly chaotic last, what, 15, 16 minutes. And we won't know the results until the last couple of minutes, if that. They might leave the changes to the penultimate lap, who knows? This is going to be wild. What a great finish to round one. 17 minutes to run and not a sausage about who's going to win what. I still have a hunch that Aguilera, they are effectively 2 stops ahead of those behind them. It's only theirs to lose, and I mean, the worst way to do it is with a restart, effectively like the start of the race. I mean, it won't be quite, but so we're down the pit lane again. I imagine they'll go to the end of the pit lane, line up, do 1 lap under the safety car, and then go racing. This was just to get them out of their garages. Because they need to get the cars in order. That's the challenge. The garages are not going to be in racing order. Oh, who wants to sort this one out? Somebody get out there. Tell them what to do. So all the cars back into the pits. Or are we finishing and this is just to make sure they cross the line in the right order? I don't know. This is not a scenario I have seen before. Because when the red flag was on, of course, several cars were already in the pits. So somewhat on the way. How do you sort this one out? Someone tell me. So they're not going in the pits. Okay, I was part right. So they have all gone one out lap to line back up in the pit lane behind the safety car, do one lap under the safety car. Safety car comes in and we get about 10 minutes of racing. And I believe there are still mandatory stops to be completed. Who's that on the grid then being pushed back? Why would they can't, did they just miss that they had to go through the pits? They're being pushed. They did, I think. Race will not restart. Red flag, race will not restart. That's just what flashed up on my screen. I don't even know if I can bring you a conclusion to this, because this is a bizarre ending. Someone will work out who was in what order when you take into account the mandatory pit stop still to come, the penalty still to come. I can't wait to see the result of this. All because of a fuel pump. Who broke it? And out get the drivers. This race is not going to restart. That is round one at Paul Ricard. We believe all done. And the drivers look as confused as you and I looking around. Okay, where did I finish? Not sure, mate. Give us some time, we'll work it out. We need a calculator. We need an abacus. Probably some AI in there somewhere. And a very sensible head to respond to all the arguments that are going to follow. All cars allowed to be pushed to the garage under parc fermé conditions. Well, there's some congratulations at the front. So as it stands, if it finishes like this, Ian Aguilera of Team 6 ANS Motorsport, who, let's be honest, even with half an hour to spin, they look nailed on for that win. Second place for Sebastian Alvarez as things stand, and the Team 154 alongside Nicolas Prost and Erwin Creed. Fantastic day for them. Arguably the best day for the 555 reigning Bronze Cup champions, Kojimo Racing. They are going to end not just as the top bronze team, but third overall. What a sensational afternoon and evening for them, ending in the most bizarre of circumstances. But there we are. That is motorsport. Doesn't always go to script, and I've not read a script like that yet. Have now. So, several drivers stand out on that one for me. First of all, from the off, the team that finished on top, Chia, Aguilera and Wiesenberger, a dominant trio throughout. We're never far away from the top spot. Also, Prost, Alvarez and Creed doing incredibly well. Starting on the second row, finishing in second position. Special shout out to Victor Bernier and Lucas Tailman in the car number 7. Didn't all go their way in the end, but they led for so long. And the car number 7 finishing in 7th position. Other stands out, great performance is from Quentin Basora, Paul Trajani and Nicolas Besch. Again, the car 21 not finishing in the position they would have wanted to by a long shot, but performances individually superb on the day. We saw smoke, we saw fire, we saw twists and turns, we saw yellow flags and red flags, and it all came down to a fuel pump breaking right at the end, which caused us all a bit of confusion. But we believe things stand as they are. All in all, an entertaining start to the season at the Ultimate Cup Series and the European Endurance Prototype Cup, round 1 of 6, the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. I don't think we'll see another race like that, not at least another finish. So congrats again, as we see it, waiting for complete ratification. Your top 3 on the podium. The car number 6, the A&S Motorsport. Adrian Chiller set them off. Packen Weisberger was incredible in the middle session. Ian Leclerc did everything he needed to do in the latter stages. On step 2, in the 154 Codremo Racing, Erwin Creed. Arguably Erwin Creed, racer of the day. 2.5 hours, the bronze driver set them off all the way towards the front. Nicolas Prost spent many laps in the top spot, the platinum driver, and Alvarez held on for 2nd place, again under this odd finish. But maybe team of the day, Codremo Racing, not just 2nd but 3rd too, with their bronze team car, championship winners from last season, Sebastian Morales, Dennis Callion and Philippe Thirion, 3rd on the podium in a bronze team car, utterly sensational. And when the light went out the sky, the lights came on the cars, and it all got a little bit exciting, too exciting. A couple of spins, 2 in the barriers, 2 full course yellows. But in the end, it was not a car that caused the problems. It was behind the scenes, 35 minutes to run. Fuel pump issue in the refueling area, could not get fixed. Of course, cars could not refuel. We thought we were having extra laps with a 5-minute board with 15 minutes to run. But then, who knows what happened behind the scenes? All of a sudden, the flag came up. We will not continue racing. Jamie Winslow and Alem Gashev, they finish in 4th position, just off the podium places. That is their 4th top 4 finish in a row. They won last time out at Paul Ricard in round 6 at the end of last season, where they won the team championship. They've started strong here too. And that, as you see, is how things finished. Cars being pushed back into the pit lane. All the drivers out. We will not restart this race. So we should still have a podium celebration. However, on your screen, 154 has gone. On mine, the 154 of Codremo is in 2nd place. You can see the bronze car of also Codremo Racing, their bronze team in 2nd, which would promote Winslow and Gashev, 23 Events Racing team, up into 3rd. So we're still not entirely certain. Because even if the 154 was a lap down, it wouldn't be down to 10th position, because there was more than that between the top 10. Well, this goes right to the very end, doesn't it? And just to cause even more, I've got a 3rd timing screen where Alvarez is in the number 1 spot. Oh, it's late. It's been a long day. Somebody tell me who's won. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows at the moment. 3 different screens and 3 different positions. Okay, one of them has been rectified. So on 2 screens now, I've got Ian Aguilera in the number 6, then the 154, then the 555. And now the 555 just jumped up to 2nd place. Oh my word, I don't know. I hope somebody in a room in there with a computer in front of them knows the exact results. Because we have gone round the houses a few times. I will say nothing more on the result until I officially see it on screen. But looks like we are waiting for a confirmation. I can see somebody down there on the podium. Ah, okay. It looks like the 555 Codrimo has gone into 2nd place by 4 seconds over their sister team, the 154. So I think what is happening is they are manually adding any unserved mandatory pit stops to times, because that would fit in, because Prost, Creed and Alvarez were leading by about a minute over the 555 team car. And if that's been added, now they're 4 seconds behind. That is my guess at the moment. And it kind of feels like maybe that's right. Winslow and Geshev in the 23 events racing still in 4th place. So, as I can see, it's currently A&S Motorsport number 6 car, the 555 of Codrimo, the 154 of Codrimo, the number 1 of Winslow and Geshev in the 23 events racing, then the 77 of Zosh J4R, who started in pole position. How they got back to 5th, I do not know. And then the 777 of Lamo Racing is in 6th. Then the 7 of Extreme Limit. Yes, 77, 777, then 7. In 8th place, the 95 of SRT. In 9th, the 57, which is SKR. And in 10th position, the 99 of Naguti Competition by M Racing. And that feels kind of final, because the individual names have now been shifted to all 2 or 3 surnames. Ruddy fuel pumps. I mean, it denied us a brilliant finish, but it is gifted us an equally enthralling end, because we still actually don't know. The lights are on for a presentation, and I just imagine there might be a few conversations going on between teams about how this has been calculated. Okay, the screen for the presentation has changed. That suggests we're preparing for some action. I think I can hear music. I have no background information to give you, sadly. I'm actually going to just text one of the drivers and see if they can tell me anything. Right, I am doing some behind-the-scenes digging and see if I can get an answer right in the bowels of the garages. Just gone 11:30 local time. This was our estimated finish time. Well, we started just before 5:30, didn't we? Okay, folks, I don't know where we're going with this. We'll hang on until we find anything out. Otherwise, it might be come back tomorrow. We'll let you know.